I know it's early, kind of. Thank you for coming to our first talk here today at BSides Las Vegas. Woo! We're gonna have an awesome session with Sabi Hussein. She's here with us today, but first we gotta thank our sponsors for having us. Thank you for bringing us money. Prism Cloud, Avanta, Adobe, DropZone, AI, Project Circuit, all the good stuff. So, Sua is currently a security engineer on the machine learning assurance team at Trail of Bits. She's gonna share with us. Please hold all questions to the end. We'll have about 10, 15 minutes for that. And unless somebody's dying or God's calling, please turn off your phone. Go ahead, girl.
Hey everyone, I'm Suha. I'm really excited to be here today, and with that, let's get started. So I want to talk to you about ML security. Specifically, I want to talk about this new class of exploits I identified called incubated ML exploits, which combine backdoors and input handling bugs. Don't worry if you don't know too much about ML or ML security. I'll explain all the important stuff as we go along. So who am I and why am I even talking to you today? I'm an engineer at Trail of Bits, where I focus on AI and ML security. I've been in the field for a few years now. I graduated from Georgia Tech, and I'm originally from Queens. Outside of work, I like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, trying new restaurants, making things, and an obscure card game called Q-Birds. So it's becoming pretty clear that with ML and AI popping up everywhere, people are figuring out how to trick these systems based on how these models work. Maybe you've seen someone use prompt injection to convince a chatbot to give them a refund. Or maybe you've seen this story of protesters tricking self-driving cars with traffic cones. Notice the fact that this trick is rooted in an understanding of the training data for these models. So how can we actually construct our own useful exploits against ML systems? Let's play a game of pretend real quick. You're a college student and you really want the prize money for a robotics competition. So naturally, you decide to sabotage another team. Side note, I do not condone this behavior. I don't recommend it. I've never done it myself. But anyway, the competition requires teams to build a tiny autonomous vehicle that uses a specific pre-trained model and stops at stop signs. So you go ahead and you find out that some of these stop signs have stickers on them. And you also find some flaws with how they've stored and distributed the model. Now, that, by the way, isn't out of the question. ML artifacts are often shared widely without any meaningful or substantial trust mechanisms. So you go ahead, you decide to grab that file and inject a model backdoor in it using a file format RCE of some kind, and then you put it back. Then, on the day of the competition, you sit back and you watch as your competitor's vehicle just plows through and ignores any stop sign with a sticker on it. What you just did is execute an incubated ML exploit, which is what my talk is all about. Obviously, the stakes of this story is just a lost competition. But the notion of attacking a real autonomous vehicle is a hallmark of model backdoor research, as you can see with the image on the left. So I'll let you use your own imagination to raise the stakes. So first, I'm going to tell you about this framework I've been using to bridge the gap between model and system security, because we can't continue to treat models as standalone objects. Next, I'll tell you about these input handling bugs I found in model serialization and connect them to backdoors. I'll do that by taking a page out of this subfield called LangSec, or Language Theoretic Security. So effectively, I'm going to be going through a bunch of examples of incubated ML exploits and use LangSec to organize them. But first, I need to explain some stuff. What even is a model vulnerability or an ML backdoor? So super briefly, you can think of ML models like these squishy, flexible sequences of linear algebra operations that are trained on tons and tons of data. There's a popular saying, all models are wrong, but some are useful. It's just saying that these models aren't perfect. There are many different ways that models can mess up or get tripped up by something that might be unexpected to us. And that's the basis of these model vulnerabilities. While popular examples of model vulnerabilities include model inversion and membership inference, we're zooming in on one specific type, backdoors. So to be precise about it, a backdoor attack allows a malicious actor to force an ML model to produce specific outputs given specific inputs. Now, there's a couple of things that I think make backdoors really, really interesting to study. So you can use them as primitives for other model vulnerabilities, like membership inference. You can also identify pre-existing quote-unquote natural backdoors in models. And there's also some pretty strong evidence that suggests that this is an inherent threat to ML systems. Now, while there's a lot of awesome research out there on ML model attacks, they can actually be pretty hard to exploit in the real world, with some exceptions, of course. And while there are multiple reasons for it, one thing that really sticks out to me is the gap between research and the real world. So for the most part, many attacks and subsequently attack frameworks and tools restrict their analysis to this formulation. An ML model receives an input and produces an output. But this isn't an accurate representation of what an ML system actually looks like. There's so much more going on in practice. So here is a software architecture diagram for an ML system reviewed by Trilobits recently. This is a system that uses the Ask Astro tool for RAG, and I've circled where the model actually is in the photo. Do you see what I mean? We need to be looking at all of this holistically. There's a large and evolving landscape of tools being used in and for ML systems. And that brings me to the exploit framework. So the title of my talk clearly references an incubated ML exploit. But there's a larger category of exploits that that are important to think about first. Specifically, a hybrid ML exploit chains a system security issue with a model vulnerability. So if you look at the diagram, you see that the arrow here is bidirectional. So this can go in either direction. A model vulnerability can expose a system security issue, or a system security issue could be used to exploit a model vulnerability. Now, this part's pretty important. The big issue I see with how ML security is done nowadays is that model security and system security are often treated separately. But what I need you to understand is that if you only know model security, you're missing a big piece. And if you only cover system security, you're still missing a big piece. And you can't be treating these two processes as completely independent. You're then entirely ignoring the potential for hybrid ML exploits. This is an emergent property. Your model is embedded in a system that is going to interact with all of your different system components in new and exploitable ways. So one thing you'll notice is that there's a lot of screenshots of paper titles on this slide. That's because there have been specific instances of hybrid ML exploits in literature and in practice. They're just not explicitly called that. So exploitable software gadgets have been used for backdoors. The Summoning Demons paper at the top chained model evasion with memory corruption. And the Learn System Security paper next to it includes an example of a poisoning attack that causes an exponential memory blowup in an index structure. But the ML security literature, frameworks, and tools, at the very least the ones I'm familiar with, are largely limited to just that, specific instances or implications. What I'm trying to do here, what I want to be doing here, is treating this interaction explicitly and systematically, which is why I made this framework. So one kind of system security issue is an input handling bug, and one kind of model vulnerability is a model backdoor. Put that together, and that's how we get an incubated ML exploit, which is a type of hybrid ML exploit where an attacker uses an input handling bug to inject a backdoor. So I made this diagram to make the distinction between the two a lot clearer. And here it is again. I'm going to be leaving the framework here for now. We did end up going into a more formal model of exploitation, especially like a schema for incubated ML exploits, but we'll return to these ideas later. So to backdoor a pre-existing model, the attacker should be able to change the parameters of the model or its architecture. At the level of abstraction we're dealing with, we can put input and component manipulation on the side for now, but how this actually plays out can vary a lot. So sometimes the attacker has control over some element of the training process, and they use that to sneak in some manipulated data that will change the model's parameters, which is often called data poisoning. Or maybe they go a step further and fiddle with the source code somehow to change the architecture. Now, before we dive into exploits, I want to explain a few things about input handling bugs. So an ML model is stored as a file. And to process these models, you need parsers. And parsing these files into objects and back is deserialization and serialization. But wait, quoting Angel Bertini here, a file has no intrinsic meaning. The meaning of a file, its type, its validity, its contents can be different for each parser or interpreter. This is the reason we can make potentially malicious file artifacts like polyglots and ambiguous files, which I'll talk a bit more about later. So I'm focused very specifically on bugs that occur when you parse ML model files. There's of course also interesting bugs in other parts of the pipeline, but I'm picking ML model files for several reasons. The first is very, very obviously the most important. I think it's fun. But more seriously, the security of ML file formats have become increasingly important. ML has fostered this culture of sharing these artifacts without sufficient validation. Real malicious models have been found on the Hugging Face hub, for example. And there's also just a ton of ML file formats out there. I've tried to list and organize these in the repository listed in the middle, but what's really important to take away is that there's a large set of possibilities for these exploits, also just fun hacks with these formats, and there's already a lot of great work on this in this area as shown on this slide. So file format tricks are within the realm of LangSec, but this field actually thinks more abstractly about inputs as a general class. LangSec applies formal language theory to system security. It focuses on exploring input handling bugs, also called parser problems, as this big root cause for security issues. After all, lots of impactful vulnerabilities like Heartbleed and Android Master Key have been parser bugs. Now, while I like formal language theory, this talk isn't theoretical computer science 101. So what I want you to know is that fundamentally what LangSec is saying is, hey, let's treat all the inputs as a specific language and then make our code just capable enough to understand that language properly. So our work is centered around a specific taxonomy of input handling bugs. Here are all the different bug classes. There are 8 different types. Now, quick note, these categories aren't completely distinct from each other. The one you choose comes from a root cause analysis. So with the exception of one, I'm going to show you multiple examples of each in ML tools and use them to construct a backdoor. Once again, in order to show that input handling bugs are an attack vector, I identified ML model serialization issues across these different bug classes and built backdoors out of them. So now we can dive into the most fun part, the exploits. Specifically for the sake of time, I'm going to focus more on the useful gadgets that actually arise in these situations. So these are some characters that play important roles in the ML ecosystem that can help us understand the impact of these exploits better. First up, we have Alice. Alice distributes models. She takes open source LLMs and fine-tunes them. The models she distributes are what everyone else in our story is going to be using. Bob is a frontline user who's directly using Alice's models in his own life, maybe through a chat interface. There's Dave. Dave is an engineer who's integrating these models into products. Frank is the end user who's relying on Dave's products. He might be unaware that there's ML models behind the scenes. Last, we have Chuck. Chuck is the attacker. He's looking to exploit vulnerabilities in the models and disrupt everyone's work. Our focus will be on how Chuck can impact Bob and Dave here. So I'll show some exploits involving the file formats associated with Pickle, PyTorch, TorchScript, ONNX, and safe tensors. So this first category is called non-minimalist input handling code. It sounds a little fancy, but all it means is that the code used to check and parse the inputs is too complex, so an attacker can potentially grab the necessary gadgets for their exploits. Sorry. This case is relatively common. Pickling is a serialization method that allows you to save arbitrary objects, and pickling is very, very common in the ML ecosystem. There's no way to understate that. There's no way to overstate that, excuse me. So recently, my coworker Boyan Milanov led the development of Sleepy Pickle, which is an incubated ML exploit. And what it does is that it chains Pickle RCE with model backdoors. So on the right, you can see an LLM that has been backdoored to phish users. There's also examples of an LLM being backdoored to spread misinformation and even steal user data in the blog post. Now, what's really cool about this exploit is that it can happen on the fly. So there's far more room and possibilities for an attacker than just uploading a malicious model. So what do I mean when I say Pickle RCE? Python pickles are compiled programs that run in a unique virtual machine called the pickle machine, or the PM for short. And what the PM does is that it interprets a sequence of opcodes in the pickle file to construct an arbitrarily complex Python object. But it has two opcodes, global and reduce, that can execute arbitrary code outside of the PM, which makes it possible to construct malicious pickle data. And the underlying reason here is that the PM is more complex than something that's only parsing ML models should actually be. So way back in 2021, we released this tool called Fickling. This project was led by Evan Sultanic. So to our knowledge, Fickling was the first pickle security tool tailored for ML use cases. It's a decompiler, static analyzer, and bytecode rewriter for the Python pickle module. It can help you detect, analyze, or create malicious pickle files. Now, the reason it's safe to run on potentially malicious files is because it has its own implementation of the PM on which it symbolically executes code. So I also added a PyTorch module to it relatively recently so that you can statically analyze and inject code into PyTorch files as well. But moving forward, pickles are clearly an issue for Bob. If Alice is distributing models as pickle files or PyTorch files, that makes it that much easier for Chuck to inject a backdoor with the pickle RCE. Now on to the next class. This term just means you shouldn't try to correct invalid input, reject it altogether. It's been sometimes referred to as the anti-robustness principle. So to mitigate the issues with pickling, many developers write these things called restricted unpicklers, which are subclasses of unpickler that enforce an allow list or a block list. But the thing is, these actually aren't that hard to bypass. There's this methodology called pain pickle that demonstrates how to automatically bypass restricted unpicklers, which can enable arbitrary code execution and therefore backdoor attacks. So they identified 8 different types of unpicklers and 3 strategies that work against the vast majority of them. So much like pickle was a problem for Bob, restricted unpickling bypasses is bad for Dave if he's relying on them in some fashion in his product. So now we can talk about parser differentials. So this happens when different parsers in a system read the same input but interpret it differently. So when 2 parsers are interpreting the same file in different ways, that file is known as an ambiguous file. So this is a pretty common exploit technique. It's really good for bypasses, but it means you can create an ML model file that is benign for one system or one system component, but backdoored for another. There's some more implications here for ML system exploitation more broadly, but we'll talk about that later. But quick note, whether or not this is impactful all depends on your system, right? So this is where threat modeling comes in handy. So we were able to create 2 differential proof of concepts with TorchScript. TorchScript is a popular format to store ML models in for a bunch of reasons, but mostly performance and portability. But you can make a parser differential with it and chain it to an architectural backdoor. That's because you can turn a PyTorch model into a TorchScript one through tracing or scripting. And tracing doesn't incorporate dynamic control flow. So all you have to do is represent the malicious components for the backdoor through dynamic control flow. So the second example we found was during an audit of YOLO. So last year, my team and I audited this open source code base for computer vision called YOLO v7. And what they did is they released standard versions of their model and Torch-scripted versions for deployment. So we noticed many cases where tracing didn't capture the model accurately. After serialization and deserialization, key info was lost, and the usual PyTorch warnings didn't show up. So to spot this differential, we used the TorchScript automatic trace checker, TorchFX, and the TorchScript IR. But with what we found, we created an input that made the 2 versions of the model act differently, effectively a backdoor attack. So once again, this is a problem for Bob. He's getting a fundamentally different model than the one Alice trained, which breaks any pre-existing promises. So we also identified a parser differential with safe tensors. Safe tensors is another file format for ML models that was developed specifically in response to the insecurity of pickling. So last year, I was on an audit of the safe tensors library, where we identified the inclusion of JSON in the file format as a source of parser differentials. Now, JSON is pretty well known to be underspecified. There's a lot of exploits, especially in the web security world, that leverage this. But the thing is, the reference safe tensors implementation uses the SERD parser, which is strict and rejects duplicate keys. But a lot of external tools use the Python built-in JSON parser, which doesn't. So you can use a duplicate key for the offsets to append backdoored weights and create manipulated safe tensors files. So these files are rejected by the reference implementation, but accepted by external parsers. Quick note, it has to be a weight-based backdoor because weights and architecture are stored separately here. There's some more details and caveats regarding exploitability, but just know that the safe tensors parser differential is more impactful for Dave. He needs to be making sure that there's consensus, there's agreement between the parsers in his product. If his tool is using a more permissive safe tensors parser than the reference implementation, it could accept manipulated safe tensors files that actually carry backdoored models. So one big part of my research is analyzing previous works and noticing trends. And I don't want to get too into the weeds with this because I'd like to save formalisms for accompanying materials. But one thing that became clear is from parser differentials, we get these things called model differentials, instances where the same model is interpreted differently. And as expected, the attacks are dependent on the supply chain component and the lifecycle stage. So in an ML system, you can pre-process inputs, and you can also apply model transformations before you deploy a model. So some studies have exploited parser differentials right at the pre-processing stage. So things like image scaling or Unicode parsing. Those attacks often change the weights. There have also been backdoor attacks that take advantage of differences during model transformations, like compilation and quantizations. Those frequently change the architecture. I think it's very possible that most transformations that can be encoded within the loss function can result in an exploitable backdoor. But let's move forward from here. Next up is shotgun parsing. This is just what happens when you don't fully and properly check your input before beginning to process it. So let's talk about polyglot files, which are files that can be validly interpreted as 2 or more different formats. They're a personal favorite rabbit hole of mine. But polyglot files have been utilized to distribute malware, bypass code signing checks, and enable other malicious behaviors. But with regards to ML model serialization, these can be placed in model hubs to confuse downstream consumers. But even more importantly, 2 different ML pipelines could interpret the same file as 2 different models. So you can smuggle in a backdoored model with a benign one. So during our audit of the Safe Tensors library, we were able to make multiple polyglots. These include zip, PDF, TF records, Keras native, and later on PyTorch MAR. And the Safe Tensors audit report itself was a PDF zip polyglot with a zip file containing all of the polyglots we made during the audit. So you can just slap on a weight space backdoor model in one of these formats to a benign model in Safe Tensors. So you open it up with Safe Tensors, everything's good, everything's fine, load it up with PyTorch MAR or some other system, and boom, you've got your backdoor. Big problem for folks like Dave here, because now you've got malicious models sneaking in with benign ones. The overall reason this is possible is because of a missing check. Specifically, the program didn't check whether the start and end offsets corresponded with the tensor size, so attackers could append arbitrary data to a file. And that, when combined with the ability to change the header size, expanded the number of polyglots. This issue has since been fixed with Safe Tensors, however, important note. So our next category is incomplete protocol specification. Just think of it as under specification for now. While there's multiple examples of this in the literature, we'll just focus on PyTorch polyglots for now. So many are unaware that PyTorch actually supports multiple file formats. Some are deprecated but are still supported by external parsers. And one big issue is that there's a lack of consistent versioning here. So that means you can create polyglots of files that can be validly interpreted as different PyTorch file formats. Also, you can create ambiguous files. So you can add 3 files to polymock version 1.3 and TorchScript 1.4. Another bigger issue is the reliance on zip and pickle here. So pickle is a streaming file format that ends once it reaches the stop opcode, which means when you're parsing it, any data after that stop opcode is fair game. Another thing is most zip parsers don't enforce the magic at the start, like the PyTorch MAR. So you can append a zip to a pickle file to create a zip pickle polyglot, which gives you some good PyTorch polyglots. Fickling now has a polyglot module, so you can differentiate, identify, and create polyglots for the different PyTorch file formats. Now on to the next class. This one just means that your input should be simple and well-defined, so you can check it thoroughly. Take ONNX. ONNX is a protobuf-based way to store ML models. Adelin Travers discovered a neat hack for ONNX that he packaged into a tool called Phlebotomy. So ML runtimes and frameworks often let you add custom operators to a model on the fly, and the language used for ONNX runtime custom ops is complex. So even though the official specification disallowed side effects, in the ONNX runtime, arbitrary code could be encapsulated in a custom op, and you can use that to launch an architectural backdoor attack. Just like Pickle, this is bad news for Bob. So to recap, Bob, our direct consumer, was affected by the Pickle, ONNX, and TorchScript exploits. Dave, on the other hand, was impacted by the PyTorch, Safe Tensors, and restricted unpickling issues. Now, what a lot of people miss is how important and how complex the ML stack is. The model you choose changes the technologies in the stack. So when I'm assessing a system or doing some sort of vulnerability research, I'm always trying to think about what layer of the ML stack I'm dealing with. So the layers listed are hardware, infrastructure, low level, compiler, high level, framework, model, and knowledge. And I told you about a whole bunch of exploits just now. Of the ones I told you about, the restricted unpickler, ONNX runtime, and pickling proof of concepts are the issues that are exposed and impactful at the framework level. The TorchScript differential corresponds to the compiler level, and the Safe Tensors and PyTorch polyglot issues correspond to the infrastructure level. And this is just a starting point. We're going to be seeing exploits up and down the stack that impact ML systems. So if you want to get into attacking ML systems now, this is a solid place to begin. Are you really good at breaking hardware? Go take a look at a TPU. Do you happen to know a lot about distributed system security? Go write some hybrid ML exploits at the infrastructure level. So I made this schema for incubated ML exploits. This is just one piece of a more formal model of exploitation. I'll talk about this just at a very high level to shed some light on the terrain here. So if you want to pull off an incubated ML exploit, you need a write primitive for the weights or the architecture. And the proof of concepts point to some additional capabilities. Side note, you probably want read primitives as well. But with the safe tensors parser differential, you saw that access to a metadata could enable both types of backdoors. There's a lot of utility in exploiting model transformations and model differentials. With that, you can construct exploits at different stages of the pipeline with existing procedures. Differentials are also pretty useful for an attacker. They're localized to their stage. And with ONNX, it became kind of obvious that you can maliciously use custom ops in serialization formats, and maybe even in places like compiler dialects. I'll release more details in accompanying materials. But I do want to make some more explicit recs. Apologies for the busy slide here. I think models should be checked for integrity, and their metadata should be well parsed. We want good trust mechanisms, and we want robust validation. We also want to minimize complexity, so we should be avoiding custom operators and separating weights and architecture storage. And I also think we should be following the recommended practices for file formats more. So you should have versions and checksums and magic signatures. You should enforce your signature at offset 0. And we really need to be investing in robust specifications and tools. So I'm really hoping that we can see more work on hybrid ML exploits and incubated ML exploits. I want to see them addressed by more frameworks and tools. I'd love to see this framework evolved and also be applied to specific ML tools and contexts, as well as more bug classes and more model vulnerabilities. I'd also like to see more investigations of exploit persistence, reliability, and defense. I also just think more generally, there's a lot of interesting work that can be done in ML infrastructure security with differentials and file formats and specifications and even reverse engineering. But before we finish, I want to tell you what helps me identify and make progress on ML security problems. And that's understanding the 2 root causes. First, we're building all of these new systems for ML. New hardware, new programming languages, new compilers, new file formats. There are conferences dedicated just to new and creative ways to design ML infrastructure. And that means these new systems are introducing new attack surfaces. And it's also becoming increasingly clear that the stack and supply chain have not been subject to sufficient review. That's why we're seeing pickles everywhere, right? Second, simply placing an ML model into a program introduces all of these new vulnerabilities that stem from how your model is interacting with different components. Machine learning is not a quick add-on, but something that can fundamentally change the security posture of your system. So I hope you leave this talk knowing that we need to concurrently and holistically think about system security and model security. I recommend checking out the full audit reports for Safe Tensors and YOLO, as well as the blog posts on Fickling and the file formats repository. I'll post more details in accompanying materials. We're hoping to release a paper on this topic as well. You can find my contact info on my website or send me a message on Twitter. But thank you all for listening. Now I can answer any questions now.
Are you aware of any tools that, as a defender, we can use to audit our models, periodically automate the model audit to identify vulnerabilities in it?
So the question, if I understand it correctly, is are there good defense tools for ML security? So we're hoping to develop Fickling such that it becomes a good detection tool as well. So it was originally designed for reverse engineering and offense. I think it's very useful for incident response folks to be able to look at a pickle file, reverse engineer it, and see if that's potential cause. I'm more of a fan of the secure by default strategy. So I always tell people don't use pickle, use safe tensors instead. You should have good trust mechanisms, checksums, things like that. But yeah, I think it's a very greenfield area. So there's a lot of ongoing work in this, and I think we're learning more about it as it moves forward. So I'm interested in seeing what comes up. Any other questions?
would be a good way to convince the higher ups in a company to invest time and money and resources in something like, let's get like no more pickle in the code base, let's get rid of pickle. Do you have examples of, I'm thinking of I don't know, like the SolarWinds exploit or LinkedIn got hacked. Like there's always a thing like if we invest in teaching people how to detect phishing attacks and social engineering, that would prevent this. Have any of these machine learning exploits been used in the wild? Is there any examples we could point to and say, look, it cost this company $10 million specifically because of pickle? Or is that something that maybe in the future and just not yet because this stuff is so new?
So there have been pickle CVEs. That's a thing I've seen. Let's see if I have the slide for it. I don't know of any that can give you a concrete dollar amount, which is difficult. If someone knows, feel free to jump in. But Sleepy Pickle is, there's also a follow-up called Sticky Pickle that does showcase how this can be a surreptitious and dynamic attack. That's one example. I know Wiz has another example of it being used for cross-tenant vulns in cloud security. I don't have a slide for that, apologies, but there's also let me find the slide for it. Sorry, lots of slides here. That one, I'm just gonna point to it. This one is from JFrog and is about how they used Fickling to find real malicious ML models on Hugging Face Hub. That's as far as I know about it. If anyone has like a much a real dollar
JFrog
amount,
and
let me
Wiz,
know.
I'll write those down and look them up later. Okay, thank you.
Gotcha. Any more questions?
Give it up for Suha. Thank you. Welcome to Ground Truth. We have an awesome talk today, Hacking Things That Hack, with Matthew Cahan. Give it up for him. Thank you very much. That's an early clap. But we got to say thank you to our sponsors, Adobe, JobZone, AI, all the volunteer staff that are here today, because we like money and we like you too, so let's get it. All right, Matthew, what you got for us?
Good, okay. Well, the first thing I have is a shaggy dog, which this is. Now, the thing that's interesting about this shaggy dog is that a dog very similar to this was once used by the CIA to infiltrate a very highly secured facility. And the way that this infiltration worked was that the agency had a source that was already in this facility and drove into this facility on a daily basis. And they needed a way to penetrate this facility, to physically penetrate the facility. And they were having a lot of difficulty with this because the facility was really, really highly secured. And there was just no way that they could get into it. So they kind of brainstormed about this, and they came up with an idea. And the idea was this, that this source that was inside that facility would start bringing his dog to work every day with him. And it was this big, shaggy dog. In fact, actually, I don't think it was his dog. I think the agency actually bought him this dog, so they expensed it, but got him a big dog as a pet, right? And so he's bringing this dog in to this highly secure facility. And the first time he does it, like the guards at the checkpoint just go freaking nuts, right? They're like, "What are you bringing the dog in here for?" And he's like, "Well, it's a service animal. It's my, my comfort animal. I got to bring it in with me." And so they freak out and they anal probe the dog and do all this stuff and check everything about the car because it's like, this is just so weird, right? But there's like a really high-level scientist in this facility, so it's like, it's eccentric, but we got to go with it because, we got to make our nuclear bombs or whatever it was. So, so they freaked out, but they let him go through with the dog. Takes the dog to work. Next day, same thing, and they freak out again, a little less so. Next day, they're still freaking out, but it's getting to be, like, okay, this is just the weird guy who brings the dog to work and, okay, whatever. 2 or 3 weeks, couple months go by, and pretty soon it's just like, yeah, that's the, Bob, the nuclear scientist who brings his dog to work, whatever, just wave him through. That point, the CIA made a shaggy dog suit that their operative could fit inside. And guess what happened when the operative in the fuzzy dog suit goes through the gate? They didn't even bat an eye, didn't even look at the dog. They're just like, yeah, whatever, go through. And that's how the agency physically penetrated that facility. And that story's on Darknet Diaries if you want to hear the whole, a few of you have heard this. The reason I bring that up is that that's a great example of a cognitive attack, okay? And I have been railing for years about cognitive security because I'm just one of those people who rails about things that people generally ignore. And in this case, that physical penetration was facilitated, in fact, enabled by a cognitive attack. And that cognitive attack was habituation. They habituated those guards to accept the fact that this eccentric scientist brought a dog in every day. And after a while, he lost power. In all seriousness, I don't know what happened, guys.
Did it go to sleep?
Yeah, maybe it went to sleep. Sorry. Okay.
Is the power working? Is the little light on?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry. Yeah, well, now I know how to fix it. We're good. Okay, so that was a physical penetration that was facilitated by a cognitive attack, okay? Now, what I've been advocating for quite some time is that we have three, essentially, security domains, 3 domains of security. We have physical, which is arguably the oldest area of security, right? Physically securing physical objects or valuables. We have cyber, which is securing information, right? It's either information going from one place to another, or it's information being stored in place, but in one way, shape, or fashion, it's securing information. But what we're moving into, what we're moving towards, is the cognitive domain. Now, you could argue that the cognitive domain has been around for a while because humans have been around for a while, so on and so forth. But what's different is that we're connected now, right? And this is a phenomenon that's really only been happening for maybe 100, arguably maybe 150 years. You go with radio and these other technologies, and now it starts to evolve into something different, okay? And more recently, with the emergence of AI, this is where I think cognitive security is beginning to become really interesting. Because what we're seeing is we're seeing attacks that are meant for humans, but actually also work for machines, which is a really strange thing if you think about it. Which, by the way, this is an example of. And so some of you, well, given the audience, I'm sure all of you are at least somewhat familiar with jailbreaking LLMs. I'm just going to go with that assumption given this crowd. What's interesting about this paper, I think this paper is about 3, maybe 4 months old, is that it introduced something called persuasive adversarial prompting. Now, there's a psychologist who's very well known by the name of Robert Cialdini. And he has these principles of influence. He's got a book called Influence. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend that you read that book because that's like the Bible of social engineering. What was really interesting in this paper is that they were using Cialdini's principles of social influence and persuasion that were meant for humans to jailbreak LLMs. So you have an attack that was meant for a human that's being applied to an LLM. Okay, so isn't this just social engineering? Isn't cognitive security just social engineering by a different name? I'm arguing no. And so this right here is a cognitive hack. We have paintings that are on the street. It's just totally flat ground, but they're drawn and they're illustrated in such a way as to impose that visual representation on the, basically in the visual input of the observer from a certain perspective. And in the case on the right with the little girl and the ball, that is specifically an instance of what's known as a nudge. And a nudge is a, how do I say it? It's a quasi-voluntary way to influence behavior, or quasi-consensual. On the left side, that's just painting. It's I forget the artist's name. I'm sure some of you know the artist, but he's pretty well known. And this is interesting, but check this out. If we draw lines on a stop sign, we can make computer vision think that that stop sign is now a basketball. Or if you put randomly or selectively placed pieces of tape that are white and black on that stop sign, now all of a sudden that car doesn't recognize that as a stop sign. Humorously, some folks projected Elon Musk in a perspectival sort of image on the street in front of a Tesla and got it to stop very quickly. So anyway, what I'm showing here, though, is that this is not what we would think of when we think of social engineering, right? This is something different, and that's what I'm arguing is part of this greater umbrella idea of cognitive security. Oops. This is, I think, another interesting one that I just came across last week. Masha Sadova from, it was Elevate, now she's with Mimecast, gave this to me. And what these graphs represent is, on the right, it's the time of the day, okay? So imagine that as being a 24-hour clock, not a 12-hour clock. And this is when actual phishing emails are reported, the frequency at which they're reported to the security department by users. And if we see, I don't know why users are reporting phishing at 3 in the morning, but they seem to like to. Same with 5. But what's interesting is we see this spike around 9 and 10, and then it drops off right around lunchtime. And the interesting thing here is that there was an Israeli study done with judges and what their likelihood of pardoning or reducing the sentence of convicts would be. And what they found was that the likelihood of granting a pardon or commuting a sentence actually went up if that case was heard just after lunch. So, if you're convicted of a crime, time your pardon or your commutation at the right time in the docket so that you get a favorable judge, right? And it seems like there might be something kind of analogous here. I don't know exactly what's going on, but there's a little spike at around 2, 3. And then the other interesting thing is on the left, this is when phish clicking happened. And we're seeing a spike right around the time that people are getting ready to leave work. And I don't know what the 7 p.m. thing is. Maybe people are getting done with their commute and they're checking email real quick and they're being caught off guard. The point is there's something cognitive happening here. This isn't phishing filters. This is humans. Okay, so what do I mean by cognitive system? Let me just take a quick divergence here and give you just a real quick thing about my background because I think it is relevant here. My PhD is in cognitive neuroscience. I did not focus on cognitive psychology. I did not focus on humans. Cognitive psychology was a part of my education, but we were looking at the broader scope of things. My first class in my graduate program was we were building multi-layer, actually 3-layer perceptrons, modeling human vision systems and how they would respond to visual stimulation. And to do that, we were doing that in an effort to model the human visual system. And the reason that I bring that up is that cognitive science has a different perspective on how cognition happens. Okay, it's not just neurons. Okay, so people get very fixated on the brain and the squishy stuff, but the important thing to realize is that cognition can happen outside of the squishy stuff. It can happen in other ways. And essentially what we can think of as a cognitive system is this cognitive system or this cognitive agent that has perceptual inputs, what we'll call sensors, and it has ways to act on its environment, actuators. And so this could be, it could be an amoeba, it could be a bug, it could be, a literal, like, crawling around bug. It could be a human, it could be a group of humans, it can be an AI. And so when we conceive of a cognitive system in this way, it really opens up the possibility of what we might consider to be a cognitive system. And on the internal side, we have the ability to store and make decisions on information that has been taken in through those sensors. There's a reason why I'm bringing this up, and the reason why it's important. And that is that once we understand that cognition is about information processing, now we can start to formulate attacks against different types of information processing systems. And I'll come back to that, but this is how this ties into cognitive security, is that now we can start to look at ways to attack cognitive systems. And so as I became interested in this idea, I've been collecting lots and lots and lots of examples. And the idea hit me, I don't know, whenever I sent the paper in a few months ago, I should put all these things together. And so go easy on me as I go through this, because this is my first Wikipedia, or my first wiki. And while I have a PhD in cognitive neuroscience, I have about 3 hours of wiki experience. So, but here it is. And so if you'd like to go there, again, go easy. This is a work in progress. cognitiveattacktaxonomy.org. I really wanted cat.org, but I didn't have the $50,000 to buy the domain, so this one was, I think, $8.98, and it renews at like $4 or something. So anyway, when you get to the first page, though, you'll see a couple of links. If you click on that very first link, it'll bring you to the index, and this is the index right here. It's a screenshot. And I'm going to walk through what these things mean. But basically what I've been doing is, in a nutshell, I have been collecting all of these different instances, and this is ongoing. So I think right now I'm at around 362 or something, but I keep adding stuff, as I can. I take social engineering attacks, I take scams of different types, any kind of new sort of tool, tactic, procedure, exploit, vulnerability that could be applied to a cognitive system, and I put a little identification tag on that, and I write a little, summary about it. And so let me walk through that, and I put the URL on top of a bunch of these slides, so it'll be around for a little bit. If you pull up the page, the first thing that you'll see is the cat name, and this is the Cognitive Attack Taxonomy ID. And within that ID, you'll see, let me think, it's the number, it's the year, and then I think it's the number, a cat year number. Sorry, I just was doing this on the fly. It seemed like it would work. If anyone is an expert at indexing things and wants to put input into this, I'm totally open. Underneath that is a very short description on what that thing is. Then the identification number, that's the tag. The layer, I'm going to get into this in a little bit, but the reason I went into depth about what a cognitive system is so that I can talk about these layers. The scale, I'm going to talk about that in a minute as well, but that basically talks about, is this at a tactical, operational, or strategic level? Level of maturity, I don't know if this is the right term for this, but I'm trying to be really polite here. There's a lot of snake oil out in the world on this kind of stuff, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to account for the snake oil. I'm trying to say, oh, we have snake oil here, but at the same time, I'm trying to acknowledge that we may not want to really trust the snake oil. We might want to trust this other stuff over here. So that's where I'm capturing that, but I may change that name. Again, if anybody has a great suggestion for a name like that that's not too offensive, I'd be open to it. I don't know, bullshit scale just didn't sound right. Category, I'll get into the category in a minute. Subcategory I'll get into in a minute, and then also known as, it's just kind of what it sounds like. It's like a lot of these things have very similar terms or different terms for the same thing. Okay, brief description. Let me just kind of run through some of these as I, okay, layer. Now, I talked earlier about how a cognitive system is essentially an information processing system, right? It's not an individual person. It's not necessarily an AI. It can be anything that can process information. Now, most of us here are probably familiar with the OSI, the Open Systems Interconnection model. And this is a model that describes how different systems, information processing systems, can talk to each other. And in security, it informs us about how we can secure different systems, what types of attacks we might expect for different systems. And so that goes from 1 to 7. 1 is physical, so this is actual physical hardware, or it might be electromagnetic waves going through the air. And on the other side of it, we have the application that faces the human. I talked to ChatGPT about it, and ChatGPT told me that it resides at layer 7. So I took it at its word, And so I've got ChatGPT at layer 7, and I have layer 7 attacks. The persuasive adversarial prompt that I showed earlier would be an example of a layer 7 attack. Layer 8, so we've got layer 8, 9, and 10. This, so Bruce Schneier talks about it, but there was also a gentleman by the name of Ian Farquhar that talked about it. As far as I can tell, I think Ian Farquhar talked about it first, but if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. Anyways, back in 2010, said, hey, we should extend the OSI model to include humans, and he proposed the human interconnection model. And that has layer 8 for individual humans, layer 9 for organizations, and layer 10 for legal and regulatory bodies. And so the thing that's a little weird here is the way that I break this down is that a mob would still be layer 8 because a mob does not have a coherent set of rules that process information. Organizations do. And this is important because I can point to lots of examples where people have deliberately used policies, in some cases stupid policies, to exploit an organization, okay? An example, if an organization has a policy to not scan packages coming in through an X-ray, what a great way to warship and collect all of that wireless, stuff floating around, and that would be a layer 9 attack because you're aware of this policy that opens up a vulnerability there. Layer 10, this is one I'm a little less familiar with, but it's the legal and regulatory sort of layer. The distinguishing characteristics of this layer are that, number one, it moves much slower than policy. Policy can be switched, policy can be switched relatively quickly. To change a law takes a very long time. However, there's a kinetic component to the legal system that there is not present in policy, right? So the law, they can possess your person, they can take away your freedom, they can take away your life. And that's a very important distinction there. Now, the other thing that I really wanted to do with this taxonomy is I play around in a couple of different spaces. I play around in the information security space, and I play around in the kind of cognitive warfare, information warfare, influence warfare kind of space. And the thing that's interesting about this is when you talk to like a PsyOps person, they're talking very much about the same kind of things that social engineers will talk about it, but they're talking about it in a slightly different way. And what I really wanted was a way to unify these two sort of universes, because I'm like, we're sort of talking about the same thing, we're just using slightly different words. And something that is important from a military context is the level of operation. So in information security, we're typically operating at a tactical level. And what a tactical level is it's a single engagement. I'm going to see if I can tailgate my way into that building, or I'm going to tailgate my way into that building so that I can get access to that server. And then I'm going to get out. That's a single engagement that you're engaged in, okay? Now, if I am going to, let's say that in order to get access to that same server, I'm going to do a seeding campaign where I'm dropping USBs all over the place. I'm going to try to capture somebody's swipe card so I can counterfeit that. I'm going to try to tailgate. I'm going to try to fish. I'm going to come at them from all these different angles, right? And let's say that this is over months and I'm going to have people helping me. That is an operational level engagement where it's multiple people over a long period, a relatively long period of time. Strategic level is pretty much nation state stuff, although when we're getting into large multinational corporations, we're also starting to talk at strategic level. This is things like influencing elections, causing internal discord to the point where it becomes an internal civil war. Stuff like this. This is strategic level security threats. So when I put these all together, what we get is this table because I'm an academic and I love tables, where we got physical at layer 1, we got technological at layers 2 through 7, and then human 8, 9, and 10. And I don't want to venture into the netherworld here, so I'll stay here. But if we looked at layer 8 at a tactical level, you'll see the social engineering. You can see it at the operational and strategic level. I give examples of all of those kind of along the rows there. Good? Okay, so coming back to level of maturity. As I mentioned before, I wanted to account for snake oil, right? Personally speaking, I have not seen a lot of support for neuro-linguistic programming, but I know a couple of case officers who absolutely swear by it. They're like, I use this stuff and it works. I'm like, okay. That would be something I would put at a fairly low level of maturity. Yeah, I'll walk through an example, but basically I have 5 levels to level of maturity. So neuro-linguistic program is something that I would put as theoretical. I have not seen a lot of scientific empirical support for it, and so I'm going to say it's there, but there's not a lot of empirical support for it. Proof of concept, this is something that's been documented, but it's not actually out in the wild. We're seeing a lot of this in AI right now, right? So it's like somebody will do some attack, it's a really cool attack, but we haven't actually seen it, out in the wild. Something that's been observed in the wild is kind of the converse of that. It's something that we've actually observed. Somebody's lost money to it or worse. Common use, we all know that it's out there and it's available. And then well established, it's got a lot of scientific empirical support behind it, and it's easy to observe. So we'll work through an example very quickly, and then I'll kind of tell you a quick use case of how I've used this. So loss aversion is a cognitive bias that everyone has, and basically what it says in a nutshell is that you feel losses more viscerally than you feel gains. So if you lose $100, that's going to hurt more than if you found $100 on the ground. We got the short description, the ID, the layer. Operational scale, I'm putting it's usually used at. I'm going to probably build that out later, but that's where I'm at right now. I categorize that as a vulnerability because it's a bias that can be used to exploit a person. So there are psychological tactics that can be used to exploit the vulnerability, the cognitive vulnerability of loss aversion. An example of that would be, scarcity. So imposing scarcity, like, hey, you're not going to have this resource after a certain period of time, invokes that loss aversion. So it's kind of like it's the exploit that's operating on that vulnerability. Happens all the time in phishing. Click here to prevent losing access to your account, that sort of thing. Okay, so how I'm starting to use this, and I'll get into some other uses in a little bit, but basically, I'm building these all out into a graph where if I wanted to attack specifically loss aversion, I can do it by using these different exploits or tools, tactics, techniques, and procedures. Conversely, if I know that I'm going to go attack a target using a phishing email, I can use this to start looking at, let me come back to that. I can use this to start looking at different vectors that I might take. So for a CEO, I can sort of scan likely cognitive vulnerabilities of a CEO, and I can use that then to tailor the phishing email that I'm going to send to those vulnerabilities. And the way that I'm doing this right now is I'm taking these definitions and I'm basically plugging those into an LLM in the forms of prompts to help me to automate the tailoring of phishing emails to certain individuals. Now, if it's a CEO, they're probably not going to react very well to an appeal to authority. Some random person suddenly telling them, hey, you need to do this because I'm the boss, doesn't work very well when you're the boss. And so I can account for things like that. So the dotted lines are actually negative connections. Those are things that might actually backfire. But decision fatigue, which means that your ability to make effective decisions at the end of the day starts to decline because your neurons have been basically firing the whole time. That is something that is probably very likely to work on a CEO, right? Because they're constantly making decisions. So I can use that then to decide what type of an attack I want to launch. So let me come back one slide real quick. And hey, Jessica, how are we doing for time? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, so I actually do work for a living now, but I used to be an academic, so I still kind of have that in me. And one of the downfalls of being an academic is that I commonly build things and I have no idea why I'm building it. It's just like, oh, this is really cool and I just want to do it. And then I'm like, but what are we going to use this for? Is there really a reason? So no joke, this morning I was like, I got to come up with some reasons. So anyways, okay, so beyond having just this catalog of attacks, right, I'm thinking that having this catalog may help with threat modeling, and it may also help with threat intelligence. And if anyone works in either of those two spaces and has an opinion of this, I would love to hear it, because kind of what I'm thinking is if we have these tags, right, on these different types of attacks, and then we have like the bad actors, they're people generally too, right? And they've got these vulnerabilities. And one of those vulnerabilities is that they have habits. And because of these habits, they have certain ways of doing things over and over again. And with these tags, we can start to develop cognitive thumbprints of these different attackers. So I don't know, maybe I'm just BSing, but that's one thing that I kind of came up. The other idea is that we can unify these ideas of cognitive warfare and social engineering, because there's a lot of overlap in these two fields. And then the last thing was I just showed an example of how I'm using this to build cognitive attack graphs to help with automating cognitive attacks. So anyways, that's kind of what I came up with. If you'd like to check it out and give me feedback, I'd be very open to it. Here's my contact email. If any of this is interesting, I do a weekly meeting. We're on a 2-week pause because of the cons, but we do an online meeting, and we're limited to 50 participants or less. You can see presentations from previous meetings on our YouTube channel, which is the URL is also right there. The way we do it is presenter comes on, they'll present on a topic, they'll have PowerPoint slides usually and the whole deal, and we'll record that portion. That portion gets taken and it gets put up onto our YouTube channel. The conversation afterwards stays within that meeting. We don't publish that. So the nice thing is that we've got a nice little community going, and it gives people an opportunity to talk one-to-one with authors that are doing really, really cool stuff, researchers in different fields. And with that, I'm done. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, thank you for the talk. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot. One thing I was wondering, in terms of the attacks, the cognitive attacks that you've identified, is that an emergent property of LLMs and how they process information, or is it just human biases imprinted in the training data that are then kind of being exploited because we have bad training data?
Are you specifically speaking to the graph?
Sure, not specifically.
Okay.
Just sort of in general.
Okay. No, it's not particular to LLMs. So LLMs are under that umbrella, but there's a lot of human stuff there too. The attacks I think are the new part, because what I'm doing with the graph is I'm taking the information from each of those nodes, and those become prompts into the LLM, and then those prompts are seeds, which then the LLM uses to create the attack that then I launched. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're not attacking the LLM, you're using the LLM as a tool to
I could attack an LLM.
Okay.
So what it would look like is, instead of having a CEO at the top there, it would be a certain type, it would be Claude, the LLM, at the top there, and it would be like known vulnerabilities for Claude, and then I could come down and have attacks for each of those vulnerabilities.
Okay, but I guess my question then would be, are those vulnerabilities tied to the training data that Claude is being trained on, that's sort of inheriting human biases that are sort of laid in the training data? So
That's a really good question. I don't have the answer for it. Probably yes, but here's the weird way to think about it, right? Is loss aversion a construct of the training data that humans were trained on? Do you see the, yeah. So that's where it starts to get really weird.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
It's a bit less sexy than threat intel, but one area that I can see quite a bit of overlap with this content is consumer protection law. So there's a lot of research into so-called dark patterns, the ways in which consumer decisions get hacked, quote unquote. There's actually a lot of research being done in the Australian government at the moment on how creating taxonomies of dark patterns for the purposes of consumer regulation.
Let's talk after the talk. Yes, oops, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, so dark patterns, I actually have 20, somewhere between 20 and 30 that are listed in this. I'm a big fan of dark patterns. And yeah, I'm trying to get, you don't happen to know the gentleman that started that, do you? Because I'm trying to have him come speak at the Cognitive Security Institute. So if anyone does, please put me in touch, because that's high on my list right now. By the way, really cool paper about using dark patterns to fool hackers, which I thought was really interesting, sort of playing into hacker cognitive biases. So, yeah.
Any more questions? Remember, Matthew needs an indexer, y'all. Thank you, Matthew.
All right, thank you very much.
The next talk is in here at 1400. DOH deception, invading me-based tunnel detection with box attack techniques.
Great presentation.
2024. This is the Ground Truth Track. We'd like to thank you all for being here. We'd like to thank our sponsors for sponsoring. Altogether, you guys make this happen, so thank you. I just want to introduce Emmanuel Valente. Did I say that right? Okay, great. So everybody give him a warm welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining in this presentation at Beside Las Vegas. I'm thrilled to be here. I'd like to thank Besides for the opportunity. It's the first time as a speaker, so let's dive in. This is the quick overview of the presentation. We're going to start with the introduction, and then we're going to define some concepts that is important to understand the research. And next, we're going to see adversarial attacks. By the end of the presentation, I will show you a real-world demonstration. I also will provide all the source code so that you can reproduce the experiments. And by the end, we're going to conclude our presentation. So, who am I? I'm a cybersecurity engineer at iFood with more than 20 years of experience in networking and cybersecurity. I've been also focused on machine learning for the past 2 years. And also a master's student at the University of São Paulo. About iFood. iFood is the biggest delivery food in Latin America. It operates in Brazil. It's a data-driven company since the beginning. Just to give you an idea, iFood has now more than 2,000 machine learning models running on production. Why am I here? This presentation was designed by everyone, including those who have not yet any prior experience with machine learning. So, although this content is based on DOH, by the end of the presentation, I will show you the generic algorithm so that you can attack any machine learning model. Any machine learning model. So stay here. I'm sure that you can get the techniques and what we will discuss here. Okay. So starting on 90s. In 90s, attackers, they established DNS tunnels between the victim machines and to the attacker machine. The attackers would be able to exfiltrate data and do the command and control. And here, it's a paper that summarize all this time. In 2010, we got the first machine learning models to identify those tunnels. In the very beginning, we got some neural networks, but now the state-of-art models are ensemble models like gradient boosting, extended gradient boosting, and models like that. And today, this is the scope of my research. We're going to attack those models so that we can bypass the model and the communication with going through the tunnel. I will show how in a few moments. And also, we'll defend the model against those attacks. Okay. Now, some basic concepts. We have a traditional DNS and the new DOH. DOH, it's a DNS over HTTPS. Basically, you have a DNS payload inside of the HTTPS payload. Why is that? Because DOH, it solves many problems of the old DNS, like privacy and eavesdropping, and things like that. Here's an example of DOH query using Cloudflare DOH server. This image summarizes the tunnel. What we have here, in the red arrow, we have the actual malicious tunnel. It uses just the DNS infrastructure. All the traffic is going through the tunnel using the DNS infrastructure. And in black arrows, we have the regular traffic, like web traffic and the regular DOH traffic here. Okay. Now, this is the most common tools that you can create tunnels. All of them are open source. I prefer using DNSTT because it's new, is written in Golang, so it's easy to understand. And all of our experiments is based on DNSTT. Here is the big picture of DNSTT. In backend side, I have the applications that sends the data to the tunnel. And on the other side, I have the application running on the client side. Here, it could be, for instance, a compromised machine. And here I have the attacker machine. Now, I'm going to show you the first demonstration. It's a minimum DNS tunnel. Why I'll show that? Because we're going to use the same infrastructure to build our main demonstration, okay? Let's pause here. In the left column, we have the attacker machine. It's an EC2 instance running on AWS with the Elastic IP. On the right side, I have the infected machine. We just log in on AWS just to establish the tunnel. It's important to mention here that we don't have any model evaluating the connection. We're going to discuss in a few moments. Okay. Here's the netcat in the attacker machine. On the other side, we close the tunnel. Testing the communication, hi, and hi was received here on the other side. Okay. Important, I will provide all the video in the repository, the video and the presentation, okay? So talk about network features. We use network features from network flows. Basically, we're going to get features from the PCAP lib. You can, for example, use TCP dump for getting those features from network. Here's an example on how to get them. You can use a tool called Dualizer. It's open source tool that can capture and convert your data in CSV format. And also you can use Dualizer to both capturing and converting on CSV format. Here's the models that are state-of-the-art. In the red is a gradient boosting model that we will build here and attack here. Now, just to recap, or for those who don't know, the adversarial attack, just to summarize, our model is representing the F function is our model. In the X is our input, is our network features, and Y is the label. In our case, it could be benign connections or malicious connections from tunnel. When I create some perturbation in delta, we can do the inference again using those perturbation, and ultimately I can the model can classify, can predict to another class. So for instance, I could have here a malicious connection here, and after perturbation, I can have a benign flow. Here's an example use images. This image is from the Goodfellow paper. On the left side, we have a panda. In the middle, we have a perturbation. It looks like a random bytes, but there's a logic behind it, because when I sum up the two images, the third image is the result of the sum. At the end, the last image is classified as a gibbon, is a kind of monkey. In Portuguese, is gibão. Now, definition of white box. Different from a traditional pen test, in machine learning lingo, white box is when the attacker has access to the model architecture and like the weights, the derivatives, and all the information about the model. In modern attacks, the attacks are stated as a minimization problem. Here we have a distortion and the loss. Distortion is how big is our perturbation, and the loss is how far I'm from my how far I from the target label. So here, for example, my target label is benign, and my actual label is malicious. So alpha and beta are factors to a threshold to say what factors can contribute more during the process of minimization. By the end, I have an array here of adversarial examples here after the minimization problem. On the other hand, in black box attack, I don't have access to the model architecture. I just have access to the inference endpoint. Okay. So the equation, in this equation, I don't have the derivative here. I just have the access to the inference endpoint. So to implement our attacks, we're going to use the ART framework. It's the most used framework nowadays. Here's an example of how we can generate a black box attack. We just install with pip, and then you can load the model. You create an object of the model. Remember, it's a black box attack. This object, it guarantees that we just have access to the inference endpoint, inference method of the model. And here is where is the actual attack occurs. Okay. So now, this is a special case of black box attack. It's called zeroth order optimization attack. This kind of attack is used when you don't have access to the derivatives, or when you can access to the derivative but is infeasible to calculate. So you can use zeroth order optimization attack. Why zeroth? Because you don't have access to the derivative, but you can't simulate a derivative. In this case, the simulation is the difference between the actual inference and the perturbed inference. We use, and for minimize, we use Adam optimizer here. If you would like, we can discuss about the minimization process. We use binary search to find the optimal value of C here. And we use L2 norm to calculate our distortion. Sorry. This is called vanilla attack because it's from the original zoo attack. So we call it vanilla because there is no modification if compared to the original attack. Okay. You can run this attack using the repository. This is the steps that you must follow to replicate those attacks. And all the details you can find in the repository. Okay, the vanilla attack is you're gonna get high success rate because the algorithm has freedom to attack, but on the other hand, you're gonna get some weird result, like negative time for time-based features, huge packet size like giga and terabytes, and it attacks complex features like coefficient or variation of packet time. How do I can instrument the tool to create the same result of the attack? It's impossible. And to solve this problem, we came up with the target attack, the zoo target. This attack was created during my research. Basically, we create more two arguments that is in red here. The first argument is the tunnel limit tools that say the minimum and maximum values of the features that I will attack. And the second new argument is a feature list is an array that's containing all the features I wanted to attack. Okay. After running this attack, you're gonna get low success rate, but that's okay because you can see all the results, those attacks, and you just need a one instance of success. And having that, you can see the values of the features, and you can reproduce using your tool to accurate those values to bypass the tunnel. Here's a notebook to run the new attack. And now a generic algorithm to attack any model. We're going to go through together with detail. And after that, I will show the demonstration. So the first step is having the tool. It could be a DOH tunnel tool, but if you have another model to attack, and if you have another tool, you can use those two. And in our case, we use DNSTT, okay? So DNSTT is our main tool here in this case, but you can use any tool. Step 2. You have you need to create the connections using some tools for capturing like TCP dump, Wireshark, Scapy, or Audiolizer. And here we use the TCP dump. In the repository, I give details to reproduce this. In step 3, you have to identify which features to attack. Let me show you details here. In PCAP features, you have 28 possible features to attack, which I can choose. The best features are that you can modify, like a packet size, response time, request time. So these are the best features to choose. But it's important to mention that the model must use the same feature you are attacking in the model. Okay, it's the only requirement. Number 4, you have to set limits of your tool. Here is the notebook that you can use to get the limits of your tool. Basically, you need just specify the CSV file that notebook will calculate the limits of your tool. After that, you're gonna get this file here with the limits of your tool for each feature. And after that, you can, knowing the limits of your tool, the possibilities of your tool, you can define greater values or small values for each one. Of course, you don't want to add some negative numbers for time features here. Here's an example of modify limits. And for example, here is the first. The first is the with features that flows byte sent. In flows byte sent, I put 0.9. These data are normalized, so I put the maximum, not the maximum, but close to the maximum value, 0.9. Okay. After that, you execute your attack. the targets you attack. Just run the notebook here. I'll show you. Here, we specify which features to attack, and then just run this attack. And number 6, identify the most altered features, like at top 4, using absolute value. Here, the attack was able to attack at 22 instances, and the 4 most features was that 5, I'm sorry. 5 most. So last step is apply these values on your tool. Okay. I'm gonna run the final demo that we use this attack to bypass the real scenario now. Let me explain here. In the left side, we have the attacker machine on AWS. Now is a new guy. In the middle, we have our model and a script that loads the model and that captures all the traffic. And at the same time, it captures convert the features in the normalized format so that the model can predict if the connection is benign or malicious. All that is available on the repository for you. On the right side, I have the infected machine. Instead of using a netcat in the backend, we'll use a Python script to add in our feature values that we got from attack. Okay, login on AWS. Here, I just passed the model path. You can create your own model using your own data. There's all the steps that you can do in order to replicate the experiments. So, as you can see, it loaded the gradient boosting model, a joblib file, and starting to listen the connections. And now I'm starting the TCP dump on port 443, and the tunnel is closed. So now I'm going to use the file to send data to the model. The same file I used to train the model. Let me show here. You just connect to the 7000 port and generates data. Okay. And the model will predict the connection. TCP dump here. Is predicting as malicious as expected because we trained the model malicious. After that, I'm going to use the feature values that we got from attack. That's important. You don't need to put the exact value. What's the matter here is that the magnitude of the value, like 10, 100, 1,000, okay? Important. Starting adding one feature per time. If it doesn't work, you're gonna increase the number of the features until the model classifies it as benign. Here, we're going to choose the packet size, 2,000 bytes, 12 kilobytes. That's important. The flow time by default is 2 seconds. You can change inside of the dualizer tool to modify your flow. Our flow time is 2 seconds, and now we're gonna put 2 kilobytes as packet size. And the model will classify as benign because we could bypass the model. I'm gonna back and forth using benign and malicious. You can use the same technique for any model and it works. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna upload this video so you can check with your time the POC. Okay. So to wrap up, this algorithm, it can be applied for any model. This technique, the same attack. For defending the most basic technique to defend is to train your model using the same adversarial examples, which means that you're gonna get the features attacked and you use the same attack data to train your model. You can use another suggestion is not to use features that are changeable by the user, like packet time or any other time-based feature, or any feature that depends on the size of that user can change. You can also use some auxiliary model to detect those kind of modifications. For conclude, adding constraint in the vanilla zero order attack, we could bypass the DOH model, and we could also able to create a generic algorithm to attack any model that you can use. Feature work. our goal here is validate the same technique with other kind of problems, like the actual NIDS model. We wanted to identify another feasible techniques to using other black box algorithms. And we are open for contributors. Here's a contact from Dr. Lorenzo and Dr. Julio. And all the source code here is available on this GitHub repository. Feel free for taking the pictures. And that's it.
If people have questions, you can just come up to the mic right here. That might be easy to do it.
Are there snort or sorticata modules that will detect these type of DOH tunnelings? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry,
Are there snort or sorticata rules or modules which will detect?
yes, Suricata rules was available in 90s for tunnel detection, but they are root-based rules, so they are limited. But when you create the models, you have more flexibility. The rate of success is high. So, but if you don't have nothing, of course, go use Suricata. That's okay. Thanks.
Well done, Emmanuel. Great presentation. Amazing to see what's happening down there in Brazil at iFood. Fantastic work. My impression is that you have a really complex framework to work with, at least from a beginner's mindset, I would say. I just wanted to learn from you how generic the tools that you have created are currently, so that it could be used for any sort of PCAP handling. So my question relates to PCAP. How generic is the framework currently accepting the ingestion of PCAP feeds?
Good question. Nowadays, PCAP basically is the standard for the network models. So any paper you're gonna see, all the network features is based on PCAP. So it's easy to find tools that supports a PCAP features in the wild.
All right. Let me also mention, if I may, that Nelson Uto, our friend, is watching on YouTube, so he sends kind regards to you.
Oh, thanks.
And also, if I wanted to start, I know cybersecurity, I don't really understand machine models from a research perspective, pure research. What would be the first steps you would advise towards general public?
I'm kind of biased, but you can start using Kaggle. Kaggle, you can, for instance, learn machine learning, basic machine learning, 101 machine learning, but also you can get write-ups from AI Village CTF of machine learning. You can learn a lot with that. I learned a lot reading that, even at the beginning, because you're gonna get some different answers with the same problem, and it is wonderful to learn.
I see. And if I still may, sorry, I understand this is like almost pure research. You don't really need to have a clear goal, but I would like to ask you, are you pursuing some sort of particular goal with this tool set that you're building and the contributions that you're making? Is there any research question that you want to answer with this platform that you're building?
I don't know.
Let me try to guess. Let's say, do you want to improve food security at a certain aspect of the platform by conducting this kind of research? Or is it's like open research where anyone can figure out what they want to do with your attack models?
The goal here is to the open research so that all the people in the world can contribute, can benefit of the research. So
fantastic.
Of course,
hopefully in the future we can
iFood
see
will benefit from that, but the main goal is open the research for everyone.
Yeah, as the gentleman said here before, eventually this could be part of some sort of intrusion detection improvement in the future, like tools such as, for example, Snort and Suricat could benefit from any sort of improvement you're doing in the AI field to improving detection engineering, maybe.
Yes, but it's important to mention here that where can I find those kind of models? And for instance, I'm sure that CrowdStrike runs that not in your machine, but in the cloud. Of course, much better than I did here, but it's a start point to learn things and in the future contribute for more impact in research.
All right, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Besides Las Vegas, see ground truth. We are here for the talk. What do we mean when we say internet measurements and why it matters so much for security? This is Ariana Marion. Few announcements before we begin. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors, especially our diamond sponsors, Prism Cloud, Vanta, and our gold sponsors, Adobe, DropZone, Project Circuit. Without their support, along with other sponsors, donors, and volunteers, that makes this event possible. Cell phones, these talks are being streamed live. As a courtesy to our speakers and audience, we ask that you check to make sure your cell phones are set to silent. Thank you and enjoy.
All right, thanks so much, folks. Can everyone hear me okay? Volume's okay? Awesome, thank you for the thumbs up. Yeah, so what do we mean when we say measurement, and why does it matter for security? Let's get into it. So often when people say security research, like when I'm like, oh, I work in security as a researcher, like, oh, you must work in threat intel. No. Pen tester? No. Okay, but surely you're a reverse engineer. It's like, no. I work in this other field called internet measurement or evidence-based research. And what I'm hoping is that you folks leave this talk with an understanding of what it is, some examples, and that when you hear the term security research, you think of more than just those first three pillars. But before I can get into some examples, I think it would behoove us to set the stage and talk about what is measurement. At a very broad level, measurement is a way to quantify the world around us with the goal to better it. And the thing is that the security field is actually fairly nascent. I mean, I know it's only been around for like 2 or 3 decades, but that's still pretty new. There are other fields that have been using measurement at the core of their science and their principles for far longer. For example, I know folks who have figured out ways to measure depression and cognitive well-being in adolescents using measurement. There's been some amazing work, as many of us are aware with our masks on the public stage about how to measure COVID-19 spread and how to mitigate it. And then also you can use measurement in physics to see what is the polarization of light particles. So measurement is prevalent all around us. It's been around for a long time. It's used in all these different fields. And internet measurement specifically is about quantifying and improving the many parts of the internet, including the security aspects. And the nice thing about internet measurement is that it can contain a lot of different facets. You know, we can measure server and server behaviors. We can measure people, like what are they doing? Or we can measure other people, like the attackers who are trying to break into servers. And so there's a lot of different facets when I think about internet measurement. So I'm going to concretize this a little bit with 3 examples. What are 3 ways that we can actually use internet measurement to improve security. And so in my own work, I've asked myself, how do we measure attacker behavior in the hack for hire market? How do we compare our results to ground truth when you're an internet-wide scanning engine? And also, in the context of a SOC or an SOC, how do we improve vulnerability notifications within an SOC? And the cool thing about internet measurement is that, yes, there's science, and yes, we're trying to do really valid work, but when I think of internet measurement, I think of it as a proxy to answer these overarching strategy questions to try and help better the world. And so really, when I say, how do we measure attacker behavior in the hack for hire market, I'm actually thinking, what defenses can we build in email to better protect targeted users? When I think about how do we compare our results to ground truth, really what I'm asking is, how could our scanning encompass more breadth and depth and be more useful to users? And then finally, when I'm thinking about how do we improve vulnerability notifications, it's not just about the notifications. In fact, it's how do we reduce the attack surface of an IT organization by removing these vulnerabilities. And so just a quick break to answer why you should listen to me for the next 30 minutes. My name is Ariana. I currently work as a senior security researcher at Census, but previously I did my PhD at UCSD, where my thesis was focused on, you guessed it, internet measurement and security decisions. And so all of the projects that I'm going to talk about are projects that I've worked in pretty directly, and I chose these 3 because they're very different. So my goal is to just give you a very broad range of what internet measurement can actually be. And so I'm going to dive into it by jumping into this first project. How do we measure attacker behavior in the hack for hire market with the overarching goal to figure out what defenses we can build to better protect users? And so as many of you know, email accounts are super rich in information, which makes them super lucrative attack targets. And defenses have made large-scale attacks difficult. Defenses like two-factor authentication, spam filtering, and security questions like, what are your hopes and dreams? But targeted attacks still remain an issue, and that's because the economics in targeted attacks is very different. Instead of sending 100,000 emails and hoping that 10 people click it, you are spending, as the attacker, a lot more time to cultivate a targeted attack, a targeted message, with the hopes that there is a higher payout. And usually when we think of targeted attacks, we think of high-profile targets, like politicians, celebrities. You can tell these slides are kind of old because the most recent news article was John Podesta. But the reality is that at the time of this study, and actually it still exists today, there is this underground market that provides hacking services for hire. So this is an example of one of the advertisements. It's essentially a hacking group that purports to break into any Yandex, Rambler, or Gmail account that you want to get broken into for anywhere from $100 to $300 US. And this hack for hire market had not yet been examined. But the reality is that $100 to $400 US is actually pretty reasonable for a lot of us if we've been jilted by an ex-boss, an ex-partner, etc. And so me and my colleagues had set out to answer this question, specifically these 3 main questions. How many services can we find? How sophisticated are the methods of attack? And how widely used are these services? Again, with the overarching goal to figure out what better defenses can we build. I do want to make a quick note that this entire study was done with Gmail because we were collaborating with some folks who worked on the anti-abuse team at Google. But as you'll see, the results can generalize pretty well. And so to give a quick overview before I jump into the specifics, the way that this process worked is we discovered these services that purported to break into Gmail accounts. We then created online personas as the buyer and the victim in order to engage with the accounts, because I didn't want to give out my personal info, so I just made a bunch of online personas. We then engaged with the service as the buyer persona, saying hey, we want to hire you for this victim. Again, both the buyer and victim are completely fake. We then monitored the attacks from a variety of different vantage points, and if they were successful, we'd deliver payment because they did what they said they were going to do. So some people made money out of this study. I do want to dive really quickly into the buyer and victim personas because there's some important details here that'll make sense when I talk about the results. So like I said, I didn't want to use my own email. It'll also be weird if I just kept being I have 20 people that I'm really mad about. Please hack into all of their accounts. So instead, every service that we reached out to, we had made a buyer and a victim persona. And the buyer persona, we just made a Gmail address with, some believable name like Ariana Miriam, some numbers at gmail.com, but not actually my name. The victim persona was a little bit more intricate, and that's because one of the things that we had hypothesized is that in these more targeted attacks, these attackers would take facets of this online digital footprint that a lot of us have and utilize it in the attack vector. But we didn't know what they would use, so we were like, we're just going to make as much of a digital footprint as we reasonably can. And so the victim persona had a Gmail address, again, that was like some generic first, last name, numbers. They had an online web page where they purportedly worked or owned, so I made a lot of small business owners. And in the web page, we linked the Gmail address. We also made additional Gmail addresses that were their associates that were also linked on the web page. So like in one of the cases, I remember the victim was a man in this, he owned a carpet cleaning website or a carpet cleaning service with his wife, and they owned it, and there was this whole backstory. I got really good at this. We also made a Facebook page for these victims, and then we set up SMS 2FA on all of the Gmail addresses. And this was specifically because at the time, and I don't know what the statistics are now, but at the time, SMS 2FA was the most widely used form of two-factor authentication. And so we were like, we not only want to see if they can create a convincing attack, but if they can also bypass what is the most effective second form of authentication at the time of this study. And so, the first question we wanted to answer is how many services could we find? We looked at a bunch of underground forums. We reached out to a number of our contacts at various anti-abuse teams at tech companies. Overall, we found 27 services, and we reached out to all of them. 10 of them never responded to us for reasons I could hypothesize. I don't really know for sure. 12 of them responded to us, initially, yeah, we're totally going to hack into this account for you, but then made no attempt. 3 of them were scams. So they purported that they broke into the account, but we didn't see any indicators of compromise. We didn't see any logs or Gmail logs that anyone had gotten into the account. And my favorite scam was this, and I regret that I don't have the GIF. So I put in the email address, and then I just watched this web page for 3 minutes as it told me that it was hacking into my Gmail account. And there was also a button to speed it up, and you could pay them more money to go faster. They did not break in. I lost $250 on this. It was really entertaining, though. Really cool thing about doing academic research is that you can do a lot of crazy shit and then someone pays for it. And it's like, all right, well, that's great. But that means that there were 5 of the 27 that made an attempt. And so for the rest of this portion of my talk, I'm going to focus on those 5 because that's where we had results. How sophisticated are the methods of attacks? We never observed any communication with the Facebook account, and we also never observed any communication with the associates. So we set up all these facets of the digital footprint, and a lot of them just weren't really utilized in the attack. All of the 5 services sent an email to the victim. And in one of these services, the email contained a malware executable that wouldn't run. This was the one time in my life I really wanted to get owned. We tried on a bunch of different laptops, bunch of different VMs. It was just broken. We uploaded it to VirusTotal, which said that it was probably a remote access Trojan, which for those that aren't aware, it's basically a piece of malware that records what you're doing on your computer, including recording what you're typing into gmail.com. But that means that 4 of the 5 services used phishing in their attacks. Very good phishing. When I say that they use phishing, these were incredibly targeted, highly crafted messages. And this next graph that I'm going to show you, well, let's just walk through it. This next graph that is on the page shows that these phishing attacks were persistent and personalized. So I know there's a lot happening. Just focus on that top row for now, because I'm going to walk you through what this graph is actually saying. So the letter is the service, which we've anonymized for privacy concerns. So service A, and the first time that we hired them, each of the dots represents an email that they sent our victim account. And so you can see across all the rows, they sent, in most cases, multiple emails. And then the color denotes what sort of phishing lure or what sort of bait they were trying to use to get us to click on it. And so light blue means that they used personal details. And when I mean personal details, I mean they use details from the web page that we set up in the phishing emails for this fake person that doesn't exist. So there is no way they could have crafted these emails unless they had Googled that Gmail address and had found that web page and then crafted an email that was spoofed to look like my wife at my carpet cleaning service. Which was actually one of the emails. You also see on the legend that there were different types of lures that were used. You know, some of them purported to be like a Google login, some of them purported to be a government. But these attacks were persistent, so when we didn't click, they just kept sending more, and they were also personalized. And this was a pretty big finding for us. It's like it wasn't a one and done sort of thing. They were putting in the work. They were trying multiple emails to try and get in. The X's is where we clicked on the emails because I was like, I want to know how they get in. So these targeted attacks, the TLDR is that these targeted attacks were able to bypass two-factor authentication in their flow. So I would click on the email. It would take me, the email would be whatever lure. It would take me to a Gmail sign-in page that was actually not Gmail, but it was a domain that looked really close to Gmail. I would put in the password for the victim account, and then most of these services accounted for the fact that there was 2FA protecting the account. And so the next web page was actually, again, a prompt that looked like Gmail saying, hey, we just sent you a text to your phone. Could you please provide us that 2FA code? The phishing attempts that did not anticipate 2FA, so I put in my password and then it just like forward, they adapted. In other words, they sent more emails later that then accounted for 2FA in that phishing flow asking for the code. And in fact, one of the services doubled the price when they realized that 2FA was protecting the account. Like they came back to me as the buyer and were like, there's some more going on here. We need $500. And I was like, all right, it's fine. We paid them. We paid all of them. So this is an overview of like what was the level of sophistication for these attacks, right? The other question that we were interested in answering is, how widely used are these services? Because we had a very narrow view. We could hire them, we could see what methods of attack they were using. It wasn't any sort of fancy zero-day, it was just really sophisticated phishing, spear phishing. But we wanted to know how widely used are these services, and this is where partnering with folks on the Google anti-abuse team really came in handy because they could look at the logins from the Gmail side. They could create fingerprints because a lot of these ended up looking like phishing kits because they were very fast and how quickly they were responding to us typing in the password and the 2FA code. And then they could look and see how many real Gmail accounts had been logged in with these fingerprints. And so this graph shows from March to October of 2019 how many actual Gmail accounts had been logged into. And so it's fairly small. I mean, the y-axis only goes up to 35. These are unique accounts. But there's still hundreds of people affected by these services. And this is a lower bound because this is people, these are actual Gmail accounts that had a successful login with this fingerprint, not an attempted login. And so there could be hundreds more victims who saw it and were like, oh, that email looks weird. I'm not going to respond to that. In tandem with this research study, Gmail introduced a couple new defenses that helped protect against this attack, which we call man-in-the-middle phishing. And that's one of the measurement studies. So at the end of the day, we were trying to figure out, what defenses can we build to better protect targeted users? The measurement question underneath it was, how do we measure attacker behavior in this really niche market? And in the process, we found that the attackers are not as sophisticated as we had hypothesized, and we also found an effective defense for this attack that was then deployed on a major email provider. So this is one example of a internet measurement study to help security for good. I'm going to change tracks a little bit and now talk about some work that I did at Census more recently. The measurement question was, how do we compare our results to ground truth? And the overarching strategy question that I was attempting to answer is, how could our scanning encompass more breadth than depth? It may be more useful to users. Those of you who were in my talk yesterday are probably like, wow, this is deja vu. You are only talking about good data quality. We love good data quality. This is a lot of what I think about. So just a quick primer, Census is the one place to understand everything on the internet. It's an internet-wide scanning engine that we do all the scanning and then you can access the data. So you don't have to have your own servers, you don't need to have your own setup. For those who aren't as familiar with internet-wide scanning, I don't really have time to dive into it, but we essentially provide a map of the internet. So you know how Santa goes to every house and drops off gifts? The analogy here is that Santa is going around to all the network devices in the world, knocking on all of the doors and being like, hey, what do you speak and what are you willing to tell me? Okay, bye, and then runs away to the next device. And so we do a lot of scanning to see what's on the internet, what are these devices willing to tell us, what services do they speak, et cetera. And we had this interesting question, which is a lot of people consider census ground truth. But how do we quantify accuracy of ground truth when we are considered the ground truth? And like I said, I think about data quality a lot. And so we came up with this experiment, which is we're going to compare Census to Nmap. So Nmap is the OG internet scanner. It's from the 90s. It's still around. You can still use it. I still use it. It's great. And so we were like, OK, we're going to take a set of hosts. We're going to scan them with Nmap. And then we're going to also compare Census results to an in-the-moment Nmap scan to see where things differ. The scanners are different, but we were like, this will at least give us a starting point to be like, what are we missing, if anything? Because we want to grow and change. And so this is essentially what I just explained. And this diagram, I think, shows a little bit better what we're trying to do. It's take the census data, take the Nmap data, where's the overlap, where's the exclusion, how can we improve? And so we ran this, and we found that between census and Nmap, we found an 87% overlap, which is pretty good. There were 13% of hosts or services that Census found, but Nmap did not. So we can call these false positives, but it's comparing ground truth to ground truth, so that is maybe a little bit of a misnomer. And then we found about 5% of things where Census did not find it, but Nmap did. And so, of course, whenever I see results, I'm like, well, let me go validate and do some manual digging to see what the heck is going on. And in a lot of these cases, the discrepancies were because we were seeing these hosts that would be online, we'd do an in-the-moment Nmap scan, and they'd be online, and then they'd disappear a couple hours later, only to come back. And Census is an internet-wide scanning engine, right? So we're scanning pretty consistently, but we're not scanning every 30 minutes or every in-the-moment. And so this actually brought up this really interesting question, which I want to share because a lot of work with internet measurement is kind of taking a step back and being like, why is this happening? Or what are we measuring the right thing? Is this flapping behavior, are these differences a facet of the differences in the scanner or just because of timing? Because as an internet-wide search engine, we have churn, we have databases. We're not just going to run a one-off Nmap scan. And so as with many moments in my life, I was forced to take a step back and ask, are we even measuring the right thing? And so we actually ran the experiment again. But instead of comparing the Nmap scanner to the Census API results, which is what we were originally doing, we compared the scanners to each other. And so we said, OK, we're going to take the same set of hosts. We're going to scan them at the same time across the two different boxes and examine the differences. And then again, we saw about 86% of the time the results were the same. In this experiment, we found that Census was able to find about 10% of services that Nmap did not. And at this point, we're doing a head-to-head comparison, so we're going to go and manually verify this 10%. And when we did, it actually turned out that these were all services that we scan better. For example, TCP SIP is very complicated. It's very funky on the internet. And the Nmap scanner does well, but we have additional logic to account for a lot of these weird edge cases on the internet. So when I say we went and manually verified, I mean we really dug in. And we're like, OK, there's a lot of these instances in the 10%, the majority of the 10%, where we have just written code that accounts for more of the weirdness on the internet. But then we found that Nmap found 4% that our scanner did not. And this was the place of growth and improvement and a place for us to continue growing as an internet-wide scanning engine. But like I said, one of the things we realized in this study is that these hosts, some of these are just like going up and down. So we had this real now what moment. Because we were like, one of the difficulties is that census data is not an in-the-moment scan. There is going to be a little bit of lag. And there's a lot that happens on the internet. So these hosts that are very ephemeral, that are online for one scan, but then all of a sudden offline for another scan, we're not just going to churn them out immediately. Actually, we want to go and like double check our work and make sure that they're still there or they're still not there, and that we're not doing all this churn for no reason. And so as a team, we were like, what can we do to convey to the public that there are these instances where we're like, hey, we saw this thing, and now it's no longer online, so we're going to go do some double checking just to make sure. In other words, how do we convey these instances where we think a specific host is no longer present, but we're doing these additional checks to make sure that it's actually down and there's not like a network blip somewhere on the like 20 pads on the internet? And so as a result, we actually exposed this field. You can see it right now. It's called pending removal since. And this is an example of how it shows up in the data. And it literally just says, hey, we think this host is no longer online, but we're doing our sanity checks. But as of 2024, 04, 05, 26, and then some other timestamp, we haven't really seen a positive scan. So we're doing our due diligence. The other thing that was interesting is that when we went back to our original results, right, where we compared the Nmap scanner to the census API, and we said, okay, let's go and see if we check how many of those hosts had pending removal since set. In other words, we think they're probably down. How does our false positive change rate drop, or how does the false positive rate change? And it drops from 13% to 5.5%. So like the majority of those cases where we see something but Nmap didn't, actually we had received a negative scan, we just hadn't turned it out of the database yet. And by exposing this flag, we are providing more transparency to everyone who's using the data. If we also accounted for the protocols that we know census can scan better, the false positive rate drops even more. And so this is an example of a very different experiment where I basically just kept digging. But as a result, we re-examined what metrics of comparison we should actually be using for this pretty tricky question. And then also, how do we expose these intricacies of timing externally? As a result, also, this project prompted a totally different project, which I presented on yesterday, where we scan the internet every 45 minutes and are now analyzing those trends to try and better our scanning data. So a lot of interesting stuff here. With my last 10, 15 minutes, I'm yet again going to switch topics and talk about a completely different internet measurement project. So first we talked about measuring attacker behavior. We then talked about how do you compare ground truth for an internet-wide scanning engine. And now I'm going to talk about some work that I did when I worked as a security researcher at the IT org at UCSD, where we wanted to improve our vulnerability notifications, but really we wanted to reduce the attack surface of an IT organization, specifically UCSD's IT organization. And this was an interesting partnership because I actually was doing this while I was in this role jointly while I was doing my PhD, and it was prompted because the IT org was like, we want to do better. We want to reduce our attack surface, but things are pretty abysmal, so what should we do? And we were like, hey, can we run a measurement with you? And they were thrilled, so that's what we ended up doing with them. So just for some background, as I've done with the other two, a lot of organizations have moved their infrastructure to the cloud, but there's a lot of legacy organizations, like a large academic institution, that has physical machines on premise that are still maintained by a multitude of different admins. And in an ideal world, you have people who are updating the machines constantly so that they don't have vulnerabilities that are exposed to the public. And the reality is that these disparate physical systems can have vulnerabilities. They are not patched at consistent rates, and they can also affect the safety posture of an organization, because all of a sudden you have all these different vulnerabilities that are exposed that an attacker can then use to get into the network, get into the system, wreak havoc. And so patching is not a new problem. This actually has a really rich history, but yet it persists. And there's been a lot of advents that have been created that have tried to make patching an easier process. A lot of them are optimized for the machine. But instead, we wanted to take a very different approach. We said, what if we tune the process, fine-tune the process for the human? What if we took the process and the current technologies that are employed and examine holistically how do we make this process easier for the people, not only for the machines? And this is a little bit of a different mentality than a lot of related work that I had seen in this space. Like a lot of places like, oh yeah, just like set up PagerDuty, do this, do this, do this. And it's like, well, what if you have an org that is 30,000 people and those 30,000 people are all running different experiments, they all have their different hardware setups, and they also all have their own admins who are not talking to each other. So as with any good project, the first question that we had to ask is what isn't working so far? And so like I said, we had teamed up with the IT security team at UCSD, and the lead security engineer who was in charge of this endeavor had been sending out these emails. And I was like, hey, what are the emails that you're sending out to these admins that no one is responding to? And so this is an example. All the private information has not been redacted. Whoops, hang on. Well, I need to show you this email. That's awkward.
You want to pull out the HMI real quick?
Yeah, I am. This is literally recorded. My bad. Sorry, folks. Live editing. I had to redo these slides from a different slide deck, and some of the things did not get copied correctly. OK, great. Do the thing. No. Sorry for this snafu, folks. I also found out I was giving this talk yesterday, so that's why I had to alter some slides real fast. OK, we're back on track. This is the email that he had been sending out to the admins that were within the IT org. And like I said, a lot of these people work in different groups. They're just all under this umbrella broadly of IT. And so you can see, there's a couple things that immediately stood out to me with this email. The first is that this was basically just a laundry list, right? It would say, hey, here are your Sev4, your Sev5 vulnerabilities. Here are the hosts that they're on. You need to go log in to Qualys and figure out what the vulnerabilities are to go patch, and also you need to patch them ASAP. Thanks. And looking at this and thinking about the human in the loop, right? This email didn't list the vulnerabilities. It just said, go figure it out. Here's the number. Good luck. It didn't list any additional details. It required sysadmins to perform extra steps to get the necessary information, like they had to log into Qualys, which as we found out later, a lot of the people didn't have access to Qualys, so they'd click on the link to log in and they wouldn't have access, so they would just give up and be like, oh, got the email again, guess I'm not gonna do anything. And at the end of the day, this added a lot of friction in order to execute, right? Because if anyone has done any sort of sysadmining, everything, not everything, things are constantly on fire, and then you're getting told by the IT security team, hey, also you've got to go fix these 10 vulnerabilities, good luck, to a system that you don't have access to. So we reviewed some related work and basically just employed some pretty basic behavioral science principles, right? It's like instead of asking people to do all this additional work, what if we just laid it out for them as simply as possible? And so this is the new email that we had started to send out to them. Some things that I want to point out is that every email only focused on one family of vulnerabilities. So this one focuses on Windows. We say how to patch, and we would put instructions for different versions, different distros, if that was applicable. We would link to various resource articles, and then also, which you can't see in this email, there would be an attached CSV that listed out all the details from Qualys for them directly. So they didn't need to go log in anywhere. Instead, they could see what is the CVE, what's the vol name, what's the IP, et cetera, all this metadata. So we started sending these, and then the question was, did the patch rate change? Did anything happen? So we created this automatic pipeline to analyze the data, to see, during the old email and during the new email, what was the patch rate for the different contacts, vulns, and different times of the month. And we found in aggregate, the patch rate increased from 3% to 78%, which was huge. That was like a huge difference. People went from basically doing nothing to actually reading the emails and doing something. But of course, I work in measurement, so my question was, why is it only at 78%? Why is this not 100? I'm giving you instructions that I painstakingly wrote out. And so we analyzed the data in a couple different facets, and we found some interesting trends. The first is that some of the contexts were just much better at patching than others. There were some groups, some admins who were at 100%. There were some who were a little bit lower. So the average was 78, but there were actually some pretty disparate distributions when we looked at the groups and the contacts we were sending to. Certain vuln families just get patched more. Patching something like Chrome is a lot easier than patching something like your Linux distro. And we saw that in the data, where isolated applications were getting patched at much faster rates than something like your operating system, which makes sense. It's more of a pain. And then some vuln families just take more time to patch, and this was kind of the second part of that takeaway. And so at this point, we actually did something that was like a little new for me. Instead of just looking at data, we went and we talked to people. So we conducted semi-structured interviews with many of these sysadmins. They were anonymized to add a qualitative view to the quantitative data, right? Like we had all these hypotheses, and instead we just went to them and asked, why? Like, why are you not patching this over that? How do you feel about these emails? And the reason that I say semi-structured is because we had a list of questions, and if you've ever done academic research, you need to like get your questions approved by this thing called the IRB. But we also learned a lot of fascinating tidbits when we just let people talk and listen to what they said. In particular, when we asked about the old email, we saw three main trends. The first is that the monotonicity of the old email made it really easy to ignore. That email looked the same every single week. Every week, it just said, go log into Qualys and check out what's vulnerable. And people straight up told us it was really easy to ignore, so they just started ignoring it. We also found out that many teams have exceptions. Like they're like, oh, I'm told by my manager that I'm not supposed to update these 4 different programs. So I just ignored it. It's like, oh, we were not aware of that as the security team. That's interesting. And then we also found that a lot of these notifications fall outside of their patch cycle. So a lot of these teams have set times that they're going to update specific applications, specific programs. So they'd see the email and they're like, yeah, I'm going to get to Red Hat in 2 weeks. Why would I listen to this email right now? Overall, we found really positive sentiment towards the new notification, but we also found room for improvement and better integration. Like I said, the fact that a lot of these teams were like, yeah, I have exceptions, and I've been filling out this Google form with all of my exceptions. Don't you get the exceptions? Was news to the entire security team. And so that was a huge disconnect that has since been remediated that we wouldn't have found out if we had just looked at the data. We needed to go talk to people to find out that there was some random Google form that they were filling out and they thought they were exempt from patching. Yeah, I know, it was wild. So we not only improved the process, but we uncovered systemic differences in infrastructure. We figured out what are the right metrics. And to my knowledge, these emails are continuing to be sent out and people are continuing to patch at UCSD. So this is the third project, right? So in the process of trying to figure out how can we reduce the attack surface of an IT organization that's pretty spread out, we increased the patch rate significantly, and we also found these major discrepancies in systems and organizations that could then be remediated. And that was a pretty huge finding for us. Oh, it's 3:38. Okay, great. So let's just recap. I went over 3 very, very different projects that, in my opinion, all fall under the umbrella of internet measurement. The first one, we looked at attacker behavior because we wanted to figure out what defenses we could build. The second, we looked at internet-wide scanning data and compared it to other scan data to figure out how we could get better. And then in the third, we did a mixed method study to improve vulnerability notifications and specifically vulnerability remediation at a pretty spread out IT organization. And so what I'm hoping you folks take away is that like internet measurement is a tool for security research, but you can also employ this in your own organizations, in your own situations. And so for example, you know, one totally different area that I don't work in is hate and harassment. So you know, how can we measure hate and harassment on online platforms to better think about defenses to protect targeted users? I think about the user a lot. I think we're all people at the end of the day. This project that I had talked about yesterday, you know, how ephemeral are host reports on the internet, to better understand how do we alter our scanning to have even more up-to-date data for users. Or you could go totally different direction and say, what trends exist in leaked data such that we can better understand how do we help journalists democratize knowledge about what's happening in the world via that leaked data. And so there's a lot of different ways that you can think about measurement. You can think about it quantitatively, you can think about qualitatively. And what I hope that you've learned from this talk is that internet measurement is about quantifying and improving the many parts of the internet, including security, and it can be a tool for everyone. So with that, I want to thank you folks for your time. I think we have some time for questions. We can also follow up with me after on any of these handles, and I'd be happy to chat. Thank you so much.
First question, what's it like being a badass all the time?
Oh my God, stop. Christian and I used to work together. He's just trying to hype me up.
Try it now. Turn it on.
All right. Okay, second question. You kind of mentioned this earlier, and you were talking about how measurement is relatively new in the cybersecurity space, and you talked about these other pillars, you know, if you're threat hunting, pen testing, all these other things. How much do you think we can learn from internet measurement and collecting and quantifying that data and using it to run experiments to gain better understanding? How do we take that out of internet measurement and take it to threat hunting and other things to be a lot more evidence-based? I mean, in my opinion, I don't know if you share this, we make a lot of decisions about what we should do and what defenses we should put into place and what products we should buy, and there's no evidence that they're efficacious or that one product works superior to the other outside of a vendor deck, which you can't trust.
Yeah.
So how do we take a lot of what you just shown us, which is objective measurement, good quality data, science, and apply it to the other parts of cybersecurity?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think that's really hard to answer. The short answer is by taking a step back and thinking more about holistic approaches. And so like often when I think about threat hunting or threat intel, for example, we're thinking about very specific use cases or like a very specific actor. And one way to think about, you know, how do we bring internet measurement to that realm is like, okay, well, like, what is the spread of this actor? Who are they affecting? How much are they affecting? What does that look like over time? And so I think one way to start merging all these fields, because I agree, I think it's very useful, is thinking more holistically. So like, instead of just in this time, in this moment, in this specific actor, how do I generalize? How do I take a step back and take a more global, holistic view? Does that answer your question? Thanks.
So this is sort of a generic question that comes to my mind whenever I'm looking at my log files. Is it an issue for you guys where people view what you're doing as being hostile, where you hit honeypots, where you hit firewalls that start blocking you, where people, you know, try and hack back or complain to your ISP? Is that like just a little noise that doesn't matter? Or is it part of what you have to deal with, you know, when you're doing these measurements?
Yeah, just to make sure I understand correctly, you're a little muffled, I apologize. Is the question, you know, like, how do you deal with like honeypots on the internet, people scanning back, hacking back?
Correct. Along with, like, there are tools that will throw up drop rules and you know what I'm talking about, drop rules and firewalls as soon as they see you scanning. And then 15 minutes later, the rule goes away.
Yeah.
So how do you measure? And again, you know, is that just so small that it doesn't matter?
Yeah, that's a great question. So how do we, I guess the overarching question is like, how do we deal with all these facets on the internet that make internet scanning hard, like honeypots, firewalls, things going up and down, et cetera. The first, I guess the base answer to that question is like understanding what can go wrong and then trying to quantify that. So like in Census, we actually do label, to the best of our knowledge, honeypots, tar pits, etc., because we know those things exist. So then we can go and do, more fingerprinting research to say, hey, what are the most popular honeypots? What do they look like on the internet? What do they look like in our data set? And then how do we label that such that other people aren't deceived as well? So that's one facet of your question. How do we deal with firewalls that go up and down? Honestly, constantly scanning, changing our scanning. Looking for new things and comparing it to older parts of our data set and then recognizing like, oh, this thing is actually really new. Let's continue to dig in further. But I think at the base, it's having a deep understanding of the field itself. And this maybe goes to the other question. It's like understanding in networking on the internet, what are the things that could go wrong? What are the things that could exist? And then how do you account for that in your measurements, in your scanning, et cetera? Does it answer your question?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, great presentation, nice to meet you. I would like to say that I follow the work that is held at UCSD, mostly with the network telescope that they operate over there. So I would like to ask if there is an intersection between the UCSD telescope and the work that you perform currently. So it's mostly a curiosity.
Is there any other work that's coming out of the network telescope?
Yeah, if there is an intersection between the style of research that you conduct, the measurements that you conduct, and the knowledge that you acquired that could be potentially related to this telescope at the university.
Yeah, so I think they're very highly related. I consider a network telescope to be a measurement tool in and of itself. For folks that don't know, a network telescope is essentially like a block of IP addresses that isn't sending out information, it is just receiving. And so it's essentially like a box to receive information and see like what are people sending organically on the internet with no interference, right? Because like if we send a scan, then someone might scan us back because they're like, what the hell are you doing on my network? Yeah. But like this block, this network telescope doesn't do anything. So yeah, I think they're very highly related. And it's essentially just another tool, right? Like if we think about Census is active scanning. So like we're sending out probes, we're seeing what information comes back. A network telescope is a little bit more passive, right? It's listening and seeing what's happening on the internet. And then like you said, there's a lot of really interesting trends and research that can come out of it because you're just organically listening to what's going on.
Yeah, finally, I just would like to share that I have this, what is becoming a cloud telescope. So I am reproducing the method that is used in a physically bound network telescope, such as UCSD, but deploying the same approach in AWS to see how busy Census is at scanning the devices.
Yeah.
And also other internet scanners, so it's quite interesting to see this pattern, this shifting in terms of behavior of what's currently going on the internet as well. Just sharing.
Yeah, thank you so much. I love the mask.
What mask?
Ah.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask if you could share a little bit more about how you were configuring Nmap when you were doing your comparisons between the Census scanner and the Nmap scanner. I think that you mentioned that one of the areas that Census was excelling in was SIP and SIP ports, because yes, SIP is a lot.
Yeah, just hand waves.
So I was wondering if you were using like the NSE SIP scripts as well, and comparing that to.
Yeah, we did a number of different tests. Like we did like bare bones Nmap. We used the NSE scripts. We tried like dropping anything with UDP because like UDP gets a little funky with like filtered results. And even when we tried the NSE scripts, we still found a better improvement with Census.
Do you provide any feedback to Nmap about any of that, or are they considered a little bit too much of a competitor?
Oh, we haven't provided any feedback, but not because of not for any reason besides time, to be quite honest.
Okay.
So yeah, that's definitely something that I can explore separately. There's just always things to be doing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I thought that the going through and recrafting the patching email was very cool. Like to be able to like just take a different view on it to get people to respond to it and actually fix the patching was great. My follow-up on that, my question is like, for the people that said that they had exceptions previously, did you follow that down the risk side of things to like figure out how people got exceptions? Were they real exceptions? Like tying it back into like a risk register type system. Like, was that something you guys did?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing. What were you saying?
It's just hard with these masks.
No, I think this, like, I don't think I can hear the speaker.
Oh, okay. So just like for the people that said, for this, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just.
Got it, okay, very cool. For the people that came back and said, I had an exception already.
Oh, yes.
You went down that, did you go down that path back to like a risk register? Like, because a lot of times we find people say that as well, and that's how we find out that our risk register process is broken, the approvals for that is broken, no one follows up on that, like they never expire. So, you know, that more my question, like, did you go further that way on it?
Yeah, so we did examine for the people, the question was, you know, for the folks who said they had an exception, did we dig into that further? We did it. So after the semi-structured interview, we followed up with them and we're like, hey, what are you talking about? Right. And that's when we found they were like, oh, there's this Google form that I thought was going to the security team. And we were like, we don't own this. Where did this come from? And so that was when I handed it off to the security engineers, and they chased it down and clarified some things, and this actually led to a bigger takeaway for UCSD IT, which is that because there's like so many different organizations who just have their own people, there's a break in communication. And so there were some organizational changes that were made to try and facilitate better communication. But yeah, we didn't have like any risk registration or anything. It was, I think what had happened in that case is that someone who had previously been on the team years ago had set that up because, you know, you understand that there are exceptions to the rule, and then that had just never been handed off correctly.
So just using a process to better another process. Like
exactly.
I took over USB access approvals recently, and now we're seeing all the breaks in IT that we didn't know existed, that we didn't know until we started seeing the requests.
Yeah.
So like, it's just like it always excites me to see like one process bettering things, making another one better. So very cool.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for sharing that.
Hi, my name is Chris. Great talk. Thank you for that. So you might have covered this before I walked in. I walked in a couple minutes late.
No worries.
But for those of us who are aspiring researchers and would love to get more into research, what are some pathways that you could share on ways we could get in?
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. One of the things that is super cool about the internet today is that there's a lot of accessible public data sets. And so actually this last question, like what trends exist in leaked data, was in part motivated because I had gone to a talk where, oh man, I'm blanking on his name, the guy who used to, I'm not even gonna try to remember. This really famous journalist who was at The Intercept was like, yeah, there's all these data sets online, but like I don't necessarily have the data skills to go and dig into it. And so like I pair up with researchers and then they tell me all the cool, interesting stuff and then I write about it. And so I think one thing that you could start to do is just look at some of these public data sets, like even public data sets that are used in tutorials, just to get an understanding for the tools and how they're used, and then go and apply them to like leaked privacy data sets. More other trends or other ways, like I got into research by working with a research lab in an academic org. That was my path, but I think there's a lot of different ways, and that's just two of them.
Very cool. And I didn't even think about working with journalists on when you have a discovery, maybe share it and get the word out.
Yeah, I would say, there was a really interesting talk. Man, I can't believe I forgot his name. Micah Lee? Is that right? I don't know.
Micah Lee just
Yes.
put out a book, Hack, Leaks, and Revelations.
Yes.
That talks all about the data sets, and you work
That's the book, Micah Lee's book. This is where I was like, wow, there's actually a lot of, thank you for that. There's a lot of public information, public data sets now. But like pairing up with someone who might not necessarily have that background but has the interesting questions, if you can bring the data science skills to the table and you can pair up together, I think that's also a really good way to get your toes wet.
Very cool. Thank you for the name drop. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for reminding. There was a neuron working really hard to try and remember. I was like, oh my God.
I'm terrible with names, but I just saw he's going to be doing a book signing at DEF CON.
Oh, nice.
So that's why it was in my head.
Gotcha. Yeah. I was going to say, I think we're at time. You folks, feel free to come find me, and thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Let's hit it. Good afternoon. Happy B-Sides Las Vegas. What's going on? What's up? What's up? Y'all tired? You been partying? All right. Wait, you got a party tonight. Don't forget. Need to get that nap in. All right. So we are here today with Ez Tauhan about context is all you need. What alerts, events, and logs are relevant to each other. So before we get started, we have to thank the money bag. So thank you, Adobe, and all the other great sponsors that we have here, and all of our volunteers and staff and speakers, and you, right? It's all for us. So without further ado, Ez does want questions. If you have any questions, raise your hand. We're gonna do this interactive. It's gonna be fun. We gotta wake up, okay? So let's go, Ez. What's up?
Sweet. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Ez. Before we start, I want to do it as interactive as possible. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. Raise your hand or just shout out the question right away. And even before we start, if everybody can kind of like just give me a quick poll so that I'm not talking to like different audience. Anybody here did something in the SOC before or like some blue team? Okay. A lot. Okay, that's fantastic. The other people that are not in blue team, can you just shout out either like you're interested in like what kind of area? Like it's fine if you're a student and you're just like a generalist, you just shout out generalist. But if I can just get a quick poll, like what are you into? So I can kind of like cater to your interests as well.
Purple team.
Purple team. All right. More purple. All right. Anything else? All right. Okay. Wow, this is a fantastic room. None of the compliance folks, none of the...
Compliance gets me to test everything.
Right. All right. Any students? Any generalists? Okay. All right. So a little bit of an agenda. So I'm going to start with a quick who am I, so that you know who the hell am I. And then I'll talk a little bit about the challenges in the industry as a whole from security operations. But since you're already practitioners, I'm probably just going to breeze into that. I will probably put a lot of time into the analysis challenges, like what is actually hard in our job today as people in the SOC. And then I'll talk a little about attack, but you guys are probably experts in this area, so I don't know how much time is going to be spent there, probably not that much. And then we're going to talk about the investigations and the model of investigating that talks about the what, the when, the who, and how can we automate things a little. Go for it. That was a good one? Okay. And then we're going to talk a little about some models in machine learning. I know everybody is all about machine learning. I am a data scientist, so I'll probably bore you with a lot of machine learning, just as I get my mic set up. And we'll talk a little bit about examples, and we'll talk more about questions as well. All right, I will not jump into the screen. Okay. All right, a little bit about me. I'm a data scientist that works in the SOC. I have a bunch of SOC experience, but I have more experience in the data science area than in the SOC, so you're probably more experts in the SOC side. So if I say something that is kind of like, this guy's not really covering everything, don't be shy. I would not get offended. shout it out or raise your hand and be like, by the way, that's not really how we do it. That's a better way to explain it, and that would be fantastic because I want this to be as interactive as possible. But I worked in the SOC as a data scientist in Royal Bank of Canada, Orange Cyber Defense, Huawei, and Forescout, and that's about it. All right. A little bit of a general kind of statement in cybersecurity is it seems like things keep on getting worse. And I'm not sure why. If you remember, like 10 years back, we thought like Stuxnet was bad. Nowadays, I don't know how bad was that, right, compared to the stuff that happened. But it seems like as if attacks are getting better and even more stealthier than they used to be and harder to detect. And it seems like we have more alerts than ever before hitting our SOC. And it seems like we also have a lot more tools. So why are attacks getting more successful? Some people seem to say that it's probably just bloated and ineffective. But some people are just saying that, you know what, systems just got less secure. And if you think about that, are systems actually less secure? I mean, we have the fact that back then things were simpler, and now things are like crazy complicated. I mean, even in ICS, things were super simple to pull off Stuxnet, for instance, or Colonial Pipeline or whatnot. Things were very different back then, while Colonial Pipeline was like a little bit easier than Stuxnet, right? And that's because like the networks have more attack surface, right? So back then, Stuxnet was completely air-gapped. To do anything there, you had to circulate the virus for 2 years around planet Earth until someone, by mere chance, gets that virus on their USB and plugs it in. Now, you don't really have to do all of that. There's like smart grid, there's like, I don't know, 5G, ICS kind of mobile edge cloud and whatnot. There are so many attack surfaces, and that means that we have a lot more attack vectors to pull off. So anyways, what that takes us to is everybody in the SOC does not mind any kind of automation. They actually welcome it more than anything else. This is one of the few industries where you go and you talk about automation, and people are like, yes, give me more. Please take my job. I don't want to secure this job ever. Like, please take it. Give me another job. And according to the SOC survey that is pulled off by SANS, and I don't know where do you stand on SANS. I mean, I'm kind of biased because I'm on the GIAC advisory board, and I paid them a lot of money, so I feel like they're good. But they do this report, and they go out to all the people in the SOC, and they ask them, what's the biggest problem that you think is out there? It's a pretty good report if you want to read it. It's called the SOC survey by SANS. And it seems like most people just point to this idea of my investigators. They take a lot of time, and their job is pretty hard, and their investigations are very inconsistent. And all of that is to chase this dream of correlating stuff. Like, I just really want to understand what is relevant to a ticket without having to like jump into hoops and whatnot. And that is coming at a time where we have all of the data that we need ideally in a single place, either logically or technologically. It might be the SIM, it might be whatever you want to call it, but we have a bunch of alerts and events and logs throughout our organization. Ideally, we have a good coverage, but even if we don't, we have a pretty decent coverage in most cases. And we have all of that in one place. And the way we deal with it is we actually have a lot of lookups. So we actually go in there and we look up what could be relevant to an alert. So if I get, I don't know, like some sort of an ADR alert, I go in there and I look up what is going on, what could be relevant there, and so on and so forth. We can use Sigma rules for things like that in terms of detection rules, or what they call correlation rules, or analytical stories that have a lot of rules that look for things that are relevant. And in this case, the rule is simply looking for command kind of strings via some sort of like a query language or regular expression that finds these in web traffic. So it's a very straightforward detection rule. And we like Sigma, because Sigma is like a unified language and things are beautiful. We also like what they call investigative playbooks. Anybody familiar with investigative playbooks? Not as many. Okay, let's quickly jump into what is an investigation playbook. So there is an open source thing from Splunk called research.splunk.com. If you quickly go there, you will find all of the open source content from Splunk. So you'll find detections, analytic stories, and playbooks. This is obviously not the only place to find this, but it's just one of the bigger repos out there with information like this. So if you can select like investigation playbooks, you can essentially look at investigative playbooks. So for instance, here is a playbook that, I don't know, like there's like identifier activity analysis, there's like internal host SSH, There's like, what do you do when you find like an email? What do you do when you find like a threat intel hit? What do you do when you find something like that? And if you click on any of those, like, for instance, this case, once a user or device is involved in something, it will go and it will look up the attributes of that. So that's already something that an analyst has to do. Like when you find an asset is involved in some sort of an investigation, you better know what kind of business unit, you better know what kind of IT leader, what kind of manager is handling it and stuff like that, ideally through a CMDB. But if you don't have it, you can also do just a live lookup for it. And anyways, this is kind of like the playbook. You can kind of like see the exact, I guess, JSON of it on their GitHub. So all of this is completely open source, as I said. None of this is to kind of like, none of this is charged. And a lot of people actually take this content and they repackage it via Sigma or other kind of like source or whatnot. And it's pretty common out there that we have this kind of investigative playbooks. However, I would like to pause here and ask, anybody from the folks that are around here do investigations today? And if so, what is kind of the guideline? Can you speak up? Yes. So some sort of like an investigation that once I have an EDR alert, how do I know what is relevant to it?
Yeah, I mean, we use a platform called Logarithm. It has playbooks on it, and those playbooks will tell the analyst, steps to do, and it measures the time between the steps so that we can get MTTR, MTTD type stuff.
Is that enough, or does the analyst do a little bit more of a lookup?
That's an aptitude thing of the analyst. How curious are they? How much do they want to impress? So it's a challenge.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else wants to share a little about how do they do investigations, or how do they find what is relevant to an incident? You can shout it out. But is it mainly just playbooks and lookups, series of lookups, and then anything other than that is completely? Are there guidelines for pivoting? So when you say like a human could be curious, got it. So it seems like a lot of it is really up to the human acumen, and we call that process a hypothesis and validation. So they look at something and they're like, you know what? I hypothesize that this is a lateral movement. Let me go and figure out if it's actually a lateral movement, or if it was just like a drive-by. And I have to go and I figure that out. And how do I figure that out? I have to retain this acumen and knowledge that I have about the environment, and then I have to go there and look for things that are considerably enabling to a lateral movement. So if you remember in the MITRE attack, we actually have like tactics. And I would be looking at the tactics before the lateral movement, trying to find something that kind of answers that question. Was it a lateral movement? Did I see credential discovery? Did I see something in the area of maybe execution or persistence beforehand, and so on and so forth? So this is the state of art today. It seems like we're highly dependent on the human. And unfortunately, humans don't have a very good consistency. So even if I'm an amazing analyst, one day I'm feeling like it, one day I'm not. It's very hard to judge me on my quality of a ticket to promote me or to demote me. You'd probably just judge me on time. So you mentioned MTTR, MTTD, right? Like just time. So do you want more tickets? I got you. Yes. Right.
They see it, thinking they see evil, and then they find logs to support their evidence instead of looking at the evidence for what it is, right?
Interesting.
And that's another problem, because then you're chasing ghosts.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So to rephrase that, a lot of the time, it seems like people might end up chasing the wrong stuff, and that means that their hypothesis and validation train of thought might lead them to essentially chase nothing, and essentially waste very expensive time on the job and lookups and threat intelligence discussions and pinging users and whatnot after absolutely nothing while leaving the good stuff. So it seems like we lack some sort of structure. We lack some sort of a methodology there. And that's really some of the reason that we don't really have a lot of good tools to support these analysts in these investigations. The best we have in terms of tools in this industry is maybe use an LLM and hope for the best, but an LLM is a magic black box, and I don't know how useful it is, but we can, we can actually take it on and ask an LLM what does it think of something and see how would that work out. So I have one of the best, or one of the most popular LLMs out there, and if I ask it, I have an EDR alert about privilege escalation in a process on Windows 11 at my HR department. What do you think I should investigate in terms of relevant events, alerts, and logs in my SIM? The LLM would give me highly non-deterministic answers. Every single time you hit up an LLM, its creativity configuration, or what they call a temperature, is usually set up to a pretty high value, which means that a vanilla LLM would give you a different answer every single time you prompt it with the exact same stuff. So I had no clue what would come up. But essentially, a big issue that we have there is we're never really too sure what it will spit out. So we try to guardrail it. We try to have configurations, like you can easily use an OLAMA, for instance, and have a local llama where you can drive down the temperature. Instead of ChatGPT, you can probably use Hugging Chat. So I can go here to Hugging Chat, where I can have some more configurations set up, and I can make an assistant. So in this case, I have an assistant that I built for this. And you can see that in this assistant, if I edit my assistant, I see essentially what kind of configs I gave it. So in this config, I can kind of like drive down the temperature to 0, all the way to 0. And in this case, or maybe 0.1, it doesn't even allow me to go to 0. In this case, it's as less creative and as more deterministic as possible. So what that means is, if I give it the exact same prompt, it's kind of deterministic to a certain degree, more than others. And in that case, I can really depend on what's going to spit out, and I can have an actual experiment figuring out our LLM's going to help me. But I'm kind of jumping the gun. I'm going towards essentially what kind of solutions are out there, but this is just a little bit of a brainstorming bit. So we figured that a lot of things relate back to the attack methodology. So you probably already all know about attack. If you don't know, the attack methodology seems to be always referenced where possible, because it allows us to figure out what is the answer to the what question. So when you look at an alert or an investigation, you're going after who, when, and what, remember? So the what is usually referenced via some sort of a framework or some sort of a knowledge base that allows me to have a common language for what is happening and answer that what. And we use the attack methodology for that. Just a refresher, going left to right, there is more causality or sequentiality. And then these are different techniques. The value of having this is obviously if I'm a junior, I don't have to be a unicorn at your SOC because we don't have a talent shortage, we have a unicorn shortage. There's a shit ton of people that would love to take a job at your SOC, but you don't accept them because they're not unicorns. But if you had essentially a nice methodology and a nice guideline where everything has MITRE ATT&CK, you can actually have them read the mitigations and detections and procedural examples, and they can kind of perform above their pay grade. However, another problem in this industry is the MITRE ATT&CK labels that we have are usually non-consistent, because guess what? All of the detections, playbooks, and whatnot have very, very different authors. Most of these authors put the attack just for marketing. They don't really put it for operations. They put the most broadest technique that they can find or a tactic, and it's not really very good. So one of the things that we should probably do in a SOC is try to make sure that we have a consistent attack technique. What can help there? Probably natural language processing. An LLM is a good place to start. So you can easily go to Hugging Chat or OLAMA or whatnot, find a nice model, give it a few resources, try to figure out how to get a nice, essentially attack label out there, populate it in a nice sheet, and now you have this sheet that allows you to map everything consistently, every single unique alert or signature or whatnot to a technique. And that is what I would do. So I would use some sort of like a free thing, and we built a free bunch of these that essentially they have a nice system prompt, they have domains that can help them find out these kind of things. And we built these domains, essentially like a list of domains that has all of the stuff that it would need to look up what is the nice technique there. It might not be the best, but it's consistent. So that's essentially the piece that you want to focus on when you're figuring out what's what in terms of an answer. But anyways, you can very easily pull this off. If you're not familiar with Ollama, you can also have a local one. Hugging Chat can also be set up offline, but you still have to trust Hugging Chat with your data, yada, yada, yada. But again, you only need to feed the deduplicated or unique alert messages and descriptions. That's it. So really nothing sensitive out there. It's just a rule set that you use in multiple source types. And that's really about it. And you would have some sort of a consistent technique. So let's assume that we have a consistent technique. We were talking about an investigation. Go back to the point as, what the hell are you talking about? So about that investigation, attacks usually are not a single incident, right? They're usually a coordinated kind of story. And when I'm talking about give me relevant data points, ideally, if you remember, we were kind of hypothesizing, is this a lateral movement? We were going back and we were looking for discovery, credential access, defense evasion. Do I have any hits? Do I have any actual coverage of what happened in these tactics? And if I do, I can kind of like stitch it up in what MITRE calls the attack flow. Anybody here familiar with attack flow? Take care, Gabe. You are familiar with attack flow. We got 2 people, 3 people. Okay, 4 people, all right. For those that are not familiar with attack flow is a nice project that Gabe was one of the people that actually worked on it. I know he's running out, but thank you for working on that project, Gabe. That's a pretty cool project. So if you want to take a look at the project, a quick way to look at it is essentially, let's say, Equifax. Equifax was a big breach that happened in 2017. Half of the people in the US have their SIN numbers, addresses, date of births out there in the dark web somewhere. So if you suffered identity theft after 2017, this is why. But essentially, I can see the story. I can see it started with vulnerability scanning, and then this happened on a vulnerability scan in one of the, I guess, online dispute portal, seems like it. They had an Apache Stratus web framework vulnerability that was exploited out there, and then there was a web shell, and then after the web shell, there were like some credentials harvested on that machine. Wow, there were credentials on that machine. And then there was an encrypted channel where they queried some databases. There was like archiving of the data probably for exfiltration, and yep, there was exfiltration. And exfiltration used a proxy to make it harder, and then they deleted their traces. Yep, they deleted Windows event logs and files and whatnot that they left. Okay, so essentially the attack flow is a way for people to, instead of just read an APT note or an APT report, now you actually have the tactical, not really fully tactical, but a little bit of operational knowledge of what happened, and you can see the sequence out there. So it's just a nice way for the community to talk about these kind of sequences that they spot. So anyways, if we were to have a little bit of a task force, a little bit of a workshop, and you know, on our Innovation Friday, try to make things better, you gather the team, how can we make things better? How can we make next week better than this week? And they say, you know what, let's actually action some sort of innovation and make our incident investigation better. Like, can we augment our playbooks? Can we augment our rules? Let's think, how can we do it? So one of the first steps would be like the who, when, what. And when you talk about what, we already talked about, let's figure out a consistent way to put MITRE attack techniques. MITRE attack techniques is a good place to start. And let's use some sort of a natural language processing to get that figured out. And if we do, we have a nice CSV with it. We give it to the SIM, boom, everything in the SIM now has it. For the who, ideally, we also have some sort of a CMDB. If not, we can also make some sort of a CSV of here's a service account, here's the account business unit, here's the whatever, and again, give it to the SIM to enrich things automatically for you. And now your tickets already have like entity information as well as what is going on information. So that's the first step in terms of MITRE attack. Enrichment for the events. And then ideally we have some sort of entities, attributes that we kind of figured out. And ideally we want to use these in a similarity fashion. So what is similarity? Usually in the SIM, you don't have such thing as a similarity. In a SIM, you only have a common characteristic. So what is a common characteristic? Well, this and this share the port. This and this share the OS. This and this share the parent process. This and this share the business unit or the subnet or whatnot. But is there a similarity? No. We don't really have any similarity. We have identicality. Do they share something or do they not? So ideally, in a common practice like this, we have an algorithm that helps us with similarity. What kind of similarity? You know, like port 80 and port 81 are kind of similar, right? Process, Internet Explorer, and I don't know, edge are kind of similar, right? It might not be straightforward that it's similar, but if we get some sort of a model that tells us what is similar, we unlock a lot more nicer enrichments, right? So I'm going to pause here. Any questions on this kind of train of thought? The what, a little bit more on the what in terms of similarity, and then the who, and a little bit more on expanding the what and the who in terms of similarity. And ideally, the output, of course, is find me stuff that is related. Find me stuff that is relevant. Any questions? If not, I can fly through the rest. All right, we go to the fun part. So MITRE attack techniques. We talked about let's classify events with the relevant attack techniques. We use an LLM. How do we do that? We get any kind of LLM. We give it some sort of a fine training, small labeled corpus if we can. If we cannot, we just trust it with an unlabeled corpus, and we give it some essentially websites that it can look up. And we can essentially just quickly pull something like this out on AWS and put it in a little SageMaker, and the output is actually pretty nice. So here we use a small BERT, nothing too crazy, not really a big LLM, and it's actually pretty decent. Like, it's actually pretty decent. It's not that hard. And you can get a CSV out of this, and it immediately enriches your sim. The second part is kind of interesting. So first, we're going to take this as a big data problem. I have 10 terabytes that come to my sim every day. I cannot feed this to an LLM. Never. I can feed it to an LLM. So what am I going to feed it to? I'm going to feed it to a classical machine learning algorithm such as clustering, which is very easily understandable, very easily explainable, very easily auditable, which is very important, and transparent. An LLM, I cannot really understand why it did something. Clustering, I can. So clustering events, that's what I'm going to go after. And I'm going to cluster them based on similarity in the characteristics of the event, as well as characteristics of the attributes of the entities involved. So if it affected two people that are kind of similar, I need them to be in the same ticket. If the events are kind of similar, I need them to be in the same ticket. And ideally, after I have these clusters, of course, I can stitch them based on sequentiality, because guess what? I have the technique and the tactic. So I make some sort of a basic data structure. In this data structure, I can kind of highlight what I need to be the nodes, which is how this data structure is going to index things for my clustering algorithm. And then I just feed this data structure to what we call an embedding algorithm. Usually, if you don't have a complicated data structure, you can pull this off with a very straightforward clustering algorithm without doing this kind of data structure. But if you have the time, if you have like a summer intern or something like that, or if you actually have like a full Friday, you can do this as your step 2. Your step 1 would definitely just be a basic data structure, like tabular format. But if you can do this, it makes your life a lot easier. And the connections are actually after what you want. Because while you're designing this, you're saying a node is CVE. Now my clusters are going to be related by CVE. Or maybe a node is simply an entity. Now my clusters are based on entities involved, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, you can chain things around with what we call a Markovian logic, essentially. So this is a finite state machine. We call it Markovian, essentially, models just because we make it fancy, but it's a finite state machine. And I can easily go to my ChatGPT again. I can generate this code. And by the way, I already generated it. It's sitting on my GitHub. I will have the links ready for you. But essentially, make me Python to cluster alerts with 10 event attributes and 5 entity attributes, right? So, and it will now just show me the entities that it will make. It will show me the essentially alerts in a very tabular format. So these are the 5 attributes for the alerts. They're encoded numerically. You can encode them in whatever way you want. And essentially, you can also get the entity attributes there, and you can choose a model. So the model could be dbScan, k-means, whatnot. You don't have to be a data scientist. You just have to actually deal with this the same way you're not a combustion engineer, but you drive a car, right? Like, you just deal with it. Like, how do I use it? I have this can spit out code at me. Let me try a few things. Let me hack around. We're hackers. Consider yourself in a hackathon one Friday and pull this off, and you would be astonished at how easy you can provide humongous value in this area. And again, the code is out there. We have a blog about it. This is what we got. So we fed about 2,000 alerts, just a quick kind of playground that we got. The ground truth for this was 1 cluster. And then we found 8 clusters. And actually, all 8 were kind of interesting. So our ground truth was broken because we didn't know that one of the firewalls was kind of like letting Shodan and other bots online do stuff. So we didn't look for these. But these were actually true. When we looked at them, we were like, oh, interesting. OK. So essentially, in this case, you have this kind of architecture where you have a couple models, one that gives them tactics and techniques, which can be just once in your life via an LLM, make a CSV. And then once everything has a TTP, it doesn't matter what kind of data format it came in. You can also have one of our models that we open sourced, allows you to immediately switch any data format into a common data format via an LLM. And you can have a unified data model that can go into like some sort of a flow or clustering detector. And you can get things chained up very nicely. So again, the idea is to put out attack flows. Ideally, you're clustering stuff, you're correlating stuff, and then you just put it in a flow. And usually the first step is just know the causality via uncovering techniques. Here are some of the screenshots that we did. So here's the data that we fed. We fed a shit ton of those. And immediately the cluster would look something like this. So these are all of the IPs of the stuff that is relevant. Here are the entities that were involved. Here are the techniques that are involved, and so on and so forth. And here are some internal users or internal IPs that we marked. And obviously, it's so much better than the current stories and rules, but it augments them because they are better at certain things, and you want to augment them. You don't want to replace them. How is it easier to adapt and maintain? You can easily go and mark in the cluster what do you not like and what do you like, and immediately the cluster algorithm would learn how to cluster things the way you like it without you explaining too much or writing a rule. It's actually more efficient than a rule because the more you have of these playbooks and lookups, the sim is going to be slower. So if you hear people complaining or ranting about, oh, you know, QRadar is so slow, man, like I want to move to like Splunk or something like that, you immediately ask them, like, how many lookups do you have on there? Like, how many continuous searches do you have on there? Like, how many playbooks do you have that are constantly hitting it with searches? Like, if you go in the jobs in Splunk, you can have a lot of jobs. But usually when you transition into a new sim, you don't take any of these rules with you. So like 3 years later, you're again like, oh, Splunk is so slow, man. Like, so that's what I see a lot. And then the nice thing is it's standalone. So the leadership changes the sim. They change the EDR. Your clustering thing that you worked on a little with your intern or in your Friday, Innovation Fridays or whatnot, is going to live with you for the rest of your life. And yeah, you can correlate via nuances, and that's the similarity piece, because clustering takes in consideration similarity. It actually looks at semantical similarity of Kevin and Kev, or HR and corporate safety. Like, these are actually similar. But if you have a rule or a playbook, it's just looking for a match on business unit, and that's it. But yeah, that's essentially the idea. A lot of buzzing alerts. Ideally, just put them all together. This is a UI that we built. A lot of this is available on our GitHub. But essentially, ideally, your false positive ticket looks something like this. So you already have the sources and whatnot. You have the resolution and the comments. And if you already have these tickets historically, let's talk about how do we do this via supervised learning, which I couldn't put into this discussion because this is just unsupervised for people that don't have historical tickets. But if you have historical tickets that you can trust, and you can be like, you know what, my tier 3, my senior guy, I trust this guy. Any ticket that this guy closed, I can use to train a supervised learning model to notice what is a false positive, to notice what's a nice investigation to do, to just show the analyst today what are relevant tickets, and they can just quickly skim through them and be like, oh, yeah. This is the vulnerability scan that happens every quarter for compliance, and every single time it's marked as a ticket, but this is obviously false positive, because every time I just ring up this guy, and this guy's like, yeah, this is our vulnerability scan, or this is our pen test, or this is, oh yeah, the accountant keeps on going every quarter to pull up financial metrics for the management. Like, this is the exact same thing every single quarter. If I have these tickets, like the attack story tickets or whatnot, even the coordinated tickets, like the APT stuff, if I have them historically and I feed them to a supervised model, I can teach my new generation of analysts how historically good human acumen did these investigations if I have it. But if I don't have it, unsupervised is your friend, natural language processing, clustering, and the rest is history. But yeah, these kind of things augment your playbooks. I don't leave a lot of time for Q&A, so throw it at me if you have it. There's a lot of stuff in that ticket. These are the links for the Hugging chat assistance that I built for this. There is a gist here that I kept for you guys that has some of the clustering algorithms. So this is one. You can immediately just go to this. It's public, and it does essentially what the ChatGPT did. Like, it's just a little fancier. And then you can see the clusters, essentially like what alerts or what incidents or what logs or what events are kind of clustered together. And just to remind you, these are coming from heterogeneous source types. They're not even the same data model. None of it is similar. but we are still able to kind of like get the overall essentially similarities in there. But anyways, any questions? I need a lot of questions. Go for it.
Just a moment.
Oh yes, thank you. I was thinking I gotta go there. Thank you, I appreciate it.
How much do you trust ChatGPT to transform the data into a common model?
I don't trust ChatGPT one bit. The whole demonstration was starting with ChatGPT and then immediately saying what's wrong with it. So the only reason I brought it up is it doesn't have temperature control on the UI, so don't use it in the UI with, like, for anything serious. Brainstorming is amazing. Quick code snippets are nice, but I wouldn't use it in the UI. The API, you can access the temperature. For some reason, the UI, you cannot access the temperature. So if I'm in your shoes, instead of ever using ChatGPT, I would install OLlama and have a local instance. Or if you don't care about it being local, I would use Hugging Chat. So I would immediately go here to Hugging Chat through Hugging Face, and I would go to Assistants, and I would create a new assistant, and I would call it whatever, test, and I would choose a model that I want to play with. I can choose 1 million of them, and I would drive down the temperature as far as it would let me. So in Mistral can go to 0. I would do that. Because if I'm being serious about anything, I don't want it to be creative. I'd rather have it be wrong and me knowing that it's wrong in this use case and it's not good for this use case. So 0 temperature means 0 creativity, and it stops giving you non-deterministic outputs. It's highly deterministic. Same input, same output 1 million times. Thank you. %.
Hey, great talk.
Thank you.
2 questions. The first one being, you talked about unlabeled data, but how often have you found that the MITRE tactics and techniques are mapped accurately enough to provide a strong signal for doing some of the similarity searches? That's the first question.
Should I answer it first?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so when we started training our LLM to do this, we gave it all of the stuff that we pulled and scraped from GitHub from different rule sets, and people have already given them attack techniques. Immediately it performed really, really bad, and when we investigated it, we found that the data quality was not consistent, and we were like, yeah, of course, it's crowdsourced data, what the hell did we even think? So we scrapped all of that, and we had 2 choices, to either like sit down and make our own fine-tuned and make sure that our people are consistent, which means you hire the same person, and the same person should write regular expressions to check their consistency, because every day they're acting differently. And we did that, but that was ridiculously expensive, and I wouldn't tell you to do that. You could just trust unsupervised like an LLM and just hope for the best. Because it doesn't matter what quality you have, literally. It just matters that it's consistent. If it's consistent, you're good to go. And actually, in your rule sets today, if you go to your sim, and in Splunk or whatever, you just type in, like, after you do like an index all, and you do like a dedup per message, how many messages do you think you have in your sim in the last 3 months? Like maybe 1,000 different unique ones? You can probably just sit down and manually do it. You don't need an LLM, but an LLM would give you a quick and dirty draft of it. But short answer, TLDR, I don't trust any of the stuff that's out there in terms of techniques, because they do it for marketing. They actually don't use it for operations most of the time.
Yeah, I agree with you. The other question is, when you did clustering, so what kind of clustering approaches did you try? Did you try any basic clustering approaches like hashing, like DLSH, or did you try more advanced clustering with a vector database that can further provide some explanations downstream? Did you try any graph clustering algorithms? Could you just give some commentary around that?
Yep. So if you want the TLDR version of this, is use something that is simple first, and then build on it. Don't be a perfectionist. Perfectionism is the opposite of progress. So don't tackle this as a perfectionist. Tackle it as an iterative kind of process, like as if you're a founder, you're building like a version 0.1 first, and so on and so forth. So I would tell you to start with either a k-means or a db scan. They would use essentially a tabular data. If you want to improve, you're exactly on point. So the graph kind of data structure and the graph kind of embedding that allows you to then use db scan is so much better, because in the graph, you actually do what we call knowledge encoding. So if you remember in my slides, I had a little bit of a graph data structure here that focused more on CWE and CVE, because I noticed in my SOC, I would really like to have my tickets focused on vulnerabilities. Maybe because the way we action most of our tickets is, I don't know, we actually fix our software because we're a product company. But if I'm a manufacturing company or I'm an operations company, why the hell do I need this? I focus more on entities. Which of my sub-organizations is hacked? Which of my sub-entities, we acquired a lot of companies or something like that. Which of them actually has the problem? And I want an entity-based graph. So in this case, you're knowledge encoding, and you're telling the clustering what would you like to get out of it. And as you see things that you don't like, when you give it feedback, it can action it very easily, because it will just change the weights of edges versus nodes. It will change the weights of which attribute in the nodes or entities do you care more about? Do you care about business unit or same operating system or same IT leader, manager, admin, and so on and so forth. You can very easily tune this. Any more questions? Amazing questions, by the way. Thank you. Can we get a question here? Thank you. This is amazing. You guys can shout it out, and I can repeat it if you want.
We're recording, so. I just wanted to clarify. So you wrote Hugging Chat and Attack Llama. Those are things. Those are.
Yes. So Attack Llama is just the name that I gave it. But I just went to Hugging Chat like any normal person, and I just gave it a few links to make it focus more on certain areas when it's doing its search. So in Hugging Chat, you can go into the settings and you can give it certain things. So this one, for instance, doesn't go online at all. And it has a very low temperature relatively. So in here, I just kind of like gave it a system prompt and that was it. But in this case, while I was creating this, and again, it doesn't take a data scientist to do this. That's why I showed this early, because you can do it on your phone. You don't even have to have a laptop. That's how user-friendly it is. This is 2024. Like, it doesn't need a PhD in data science. And I gave it the links that I thought were interesting. So you can see in my links, I have a shit ton of links, but the links are focused on the sources that I wanted to look at. So BugCrowd, VariaDBs, W directory, like Rocket Reach, even like for recon on the attribution, URL void, like all kinds of essentially links that I thought were interesting to my essentially use case, right? My use case was threat intel attribution, software deobfuscation. I wanted to figure out what's the attack in any kind of event that I give you, any kind of PowerShell code that I give you, anything that I give it this assistant, you better give me an attack technique that is relevant. And this is a public bot. I can share the link. I can put it on my LinkedIn. This is a public bot, and there's a million other public bots out there. And you can look at my settings. Nothing here is like a secret per se. I can activate it and I can go talk to it. This is the direct URL, system instructions. You can see my prompt. There is no secret at all in this case. And then if I dislike the command plus that I used here, I can use another one, right? Like, and it's all via UI. If you want another UI, something else that you want to do local because you don't trust Hugging Chat, Llama.
Okay, and then my second question is, you know, from an operational perspective, as someone who manages like a SOC team, how do I tell them to use these tools? What's the tactical? Do they go to these? Is this something we install ourselves, or do we use it online, or how? I'm just trying to understand tactically.
Yeah.
How
so
do we make
Hugging Chat is
use,
hosted online.
Or can we link it to our SIM? Is that what you're proposing, and that it's its own system that spits out something at us? I'm kind of lost on.
I think I understood your question. You're saying where does this sit? It depends on your use case, but if you want the most generic use case, right at the SIM, you have essentially an exporter to S3 buckets. You probably have it already for cold archives for compliance, but if it's sitting in an S3 bucket, the world is yours. Because if it's sitting in an S3 bucket, you can just open Cloud Shell and tell it access this S3 bucket for free compute and do whatever you want with it. Or you can start a SageMaker, you can start a million things. One of your engineers can probably do this like a sysadmin kind of thing, and they don't have to write the code for data science. They just have to operate on that humongous database of JSONs, and they can do a lot of things if you give them the capacity. Now you can give them some directions. So you can tell them, listen, like you're gonna have a lot of heterogeneous data sources here because our SIM is sending stuff, our syslogs are sending stuff. We have a lot of different things that are going out there, and that is completely fine. So you can go to our GitHub, and you can go to the data mapper model, for instance, and this LLM is gonna quickly map everything into one data model. And now all of these JSONs are just like one data model based on this LLM that will map everything for you and guess essentially the the integrations, and now you have essentially some sort of a CSV that they can do with Hugging Chat or with Olama if they want a local instance. If they don't want a local instance, it's fine. None of this is sensitive information. It's the rule set of whatever you use. Use CrowdStrike, use Palo Alto, use whatever you use. Get the rule sets from the SIM. Give these rule sets to any LLM that you trust. They're probably less than 1,000. You can actually task one of your senior people to just sit down and give it techniques on an Excel sheet, and that would be the best use of their time. And this CSV is now going to go back to the SIM, and it will enrich everything. So on the SIM, when they are doing notable alerts, they will just do group by whatever this exists in the data model, and they will add the data model for technique. And you should probably do this as well for entities attributes. Like you probably don't want everything in the CMDB. Nobody has a perfect CMDB, but at least tell me when was the last time it was patched? What software is running on this? Who is the leader of this? When we want to call someone and tell them, is this fine? Is this a pen test? Is this a vulnerability? Who is the leader? If you have these very little things per entity and these very little techniques per alert, now your SIM is a treasure trove of information. Take that information, which is already on S3, give it to the simplest clustering model your team can use, not write from scratch, use. And at its worst iteration, it's more valuable than them sitting there and maybe they investigate, maybe they don't. Because when they find a cluster that they like, that's already a blueprint for documentation of a guideline that you want in investigations. They're already saying, oh, when an EDR happens, we probably should go look at the PowerShell commands before it. I didn't really think about that, but now, you know what? I'll actually write this into a playbook or a detection, because then you're not tracking them by time, you're tracking them by how many things can you improve in the process. In every ticket, how many contributions do you have to our content? Did you contribute to our content? Did you, in this ticket when you closed it, did you suggest a better tuning for the detection, a better tuning for the playbook? Did you suggest a new one? And if they did, fantastic. If they don't, encourage them and give them an LLM to support them while they're doing this, but make sure that their LLM is not creative. 100%, yeah. But the S3, I think, is the best way. You already have a cold backup, and it's cheap. If you want to delete it, you can delete it, but it's the cheapest storage in the world.
We have one more.
I'd love to get 1 million more.
In terms of the clustering, I'm wondering about whether you're doing smart clustering or weighted clustering.
Ooh.
So that, you know, maybe we know, hey, this particular IP address, whenever that's involved, this seems to be tied to that attack. It might not be the only factor, but it could also be anything involving a certain port number, or I don't know what else you could be doing in terms of weighting, or smart clustering, where it's like, hey, if it's got 8 things in common, it's more likely to be similar than. So are you doing anything like that?
Yes, I love it. This is a fantastic question. So for most people, start slow. For the people that are interested in like getting better stuff, I don't want to make it sound complicated for the people that didn't start it yet. So always start slow, because the smallest kind of element of clustering you have there is valuable. It will reduce false positives, and most importantly, it will reduce data. You have a problem of big data, reduce data. Even if it's bad at reduction, it's consistent at reduction, and it's explainable at reduction. So anyways, to answer your fantastic question, your question was, how do we make sure our clustering is smarter than regular? For instance, like, is there some sort of knowledge encoding in similarity? For instance, like, is port 80 as close to 81 as it is close to 79? Numerically it is, but as a cybersecurity expert, no. 80 and 81 are alternative HTTP ports, 79 is garbage. So I can come up with an embedding or an encoding where essentially, and again, you can do this with ChatGPT. Like, I can go to ChatGPT. I want to show you how easy this is, because I don't want to ever sound like a data scientist, like a robot. Develop an encoder for ports that give them an encoded value representing their ports association, where alternative ports are closer to each other than ports that are not servicing the same protocol, right? and it will give you a function like that. I don't even have to look because I know it will make up something. So immediately it goes for like some alternative ports, right? It didn't even get you the correct port alternatives, but HTTPS has like 8443 and a bunch others. Now that I have this example, I will make them have closer numerical values to each other. Where I no more call 8080, I call 81. I no more call 8181, I call it 1. And I call 7906. It's a way for the machine to understand your knowledge. You don't have to worry about how we talk to the machine. You just worry about your knowledge. And if you tell your users, or if you tell ChatGPT, give me a list of all common ports and their protocols. Give me all of the alternative ports. Boom. Give me an encoder. Hopefully it actually gave me the code. Yeah, it did some sort of code for the encoding. I didn't check it, but yeah, it looks like it did. So all of the stuff in FTP is now called 3. So no more 20 and 22, 21 and 22, I just call them 3. So they have the exact same numerical value, which means exactly what you're talking about. Like there is now some sort of knowledge that we encoded to this clustering, and now this clustering is just not doing crazy stuff. I can also go in there and tell it HR is very close to business unit corporate safety. I can go and tell it our sub-organization XX Analytics is very close to XX Solar Power because they got acquired from the same company and they have similar systems. This subnet and this subnet are very similar because they both have same OT systems, whatever it is, right? And I can give that knowledge that is stuck in the brains of your analysts, stuck in the brains of the folks that actually know the operation, and I can give it to the data so that it will outlive all of us. It will outlive your documentation, and it's easier to do than your documentation, and it will be the true legacy that enables your people not to acquire products, but even if they acquire products, they go into these products discussions very intelligently. When they go talk to SecureNX or DropZone or whatever, they tell them, here's my use case. I actually know how to test this. Like, are you gonna give me tickets that have stuff from the same business unit? And these vendors would love to take these knowledge bits in their info gathering sheet and use it for you as an MSSP, as a vendor of a product or whatever. But have the knowledge, feed it to the clustering, you're completely on point, and the clustering is gonna be smart. The other question that you asked was what kind of algorithms as well. DBScan and k-means are fine, but as I said before, like you can also use the data structure to encode the knowledge and kind of cheat a little bit what do you want. And in that case, you can kind of make sure the cluster goes the way you want it to go. But again, there is a piece that I wanted to talk about at the very end about supervised learning, which is very, very important. If you already have your tickets historically, don't start with unsupervised learning. Start with a classification problem. Like classify things and show the analyst the historically relevant tickets that were closed before that you trust. Of course, not all tickets. You can filter the tickets by who do you trust and who do you not. And use that as a classification problem data set. Any other questions? I love this room, by the way. You guys are freaking brilliant. Like, these are amazing questions. Give me more. The more, the merrier.
One more quick one, if y'all have it. We could do one more quick one.
Come on.
I like it. They're awake. They're awake.
Come on. We got a lot of innovators.
Come on. Come on.
A lot of good brainstormers here.
Oh, here we go.
Right?
Bringing up the old tickets, as you were saying, could you not add those back into the LLM to increase the learning for any future analyst that might come across a specific investigation?
It's a very smart idea. I would definitely do that in a RAG, but it would be like really overkill to use an LLM for this, because an LLM can do a lot more. And in my limited use case or my limited thinking here was simply a classification problem, while an LLM can grasp a lot more than just a simple classification problem. I consider an LLM a magic box that I can never audit. And in that case, I wanted to be able to audit more. So if I have a shitty classifier, like the SVM classifier, like the most basic classification problem, model, I can very easily trace what is going on if I go to ChatGPT and I tell it, listen, ChatGPT, here's the code of the model. This model keeps on telling me stuff that I don't understand. Can you tell me what's wrong with it? ChatGPT would tell me, by the way, run this code, and you would know which part of your data contributed to that classification that you don't like. And now I have complete auditability that I can go and be like, oh, this data I thought was all nice, but this guy messed up this one ticket. Let me just delete it. And it's very easy to explain and audit small models than an 8 billion model running on a humongous GPU that is going to obviously cost me more. So if ideally, I also want to be cost efficient so that these kind of programs don't get killed when your leader is like, oh, we got to cut budget because there is a recession. Because you're not actually using a GPU. It's like, dude, like this is like $5 a month on AWS to run like a clustering algorithm every single day if you want. Like, it will never get cut. It's a legacy that you leave, and it will never get cut. Especially if you have like the historical data, a small classification problem allows your team, if they are not data scientists, to do very easy explainability, traceability, transparency, auditability of what is wrong when something goes wrong, and they can very easily delete the data. They can give feedback. Feedback for humongous models is very hard. Like, can you actually tell an LLM, don't do this again? I don't know, it's kind of hard, even as a data scientist. But if I'm just an intern at your company and you tell me do a basic classification problem, I would be stoked. And every time I get like an explainability piece from ChatGPT, I will try it and I will get success. And you now have an employee or an intern that is looking forward to innovate because you're giving them easy models to work with and they can see their success in every step. If you give them an LLM, they have to read the paper and they don't really have a lot of success and they hit brick walls and they're like, I don't know.
All right, give it up for Ez. Smart guy. Talk all day about that. Thank you so much. Next talk is in 5 minutes. I won't allow my child to have a smartphone. Why smart parents make not so smart children. Every parent should stay for that. This is going to be an interesting one. All right.
Can I give you guys some
Do I start? I'm good? All right. Well, the last talk of BSides, I'm presuming, it literally tells us the status of cybersecurity and our interest in children, right? In many ways, it's indicative of where we are when it comes to how we come to this idea of security, children, parenting. I just want to give you a little bit of a background, talk a little bit about who I am. Some of you know me, many others don't. I'm a cognitive behavioral scientist by training, okay? I spent close to a decade and a half of my life in cognitive behavioral science. I was a tenured professor. I wrote tons of papers on security, on children, on the human factors of security. Nobody read them. Lisa, thank you, and this is Lisa. Lisa's read it, so that's one. I wrote a book, which is available at Black Hat right now at the Black Hat bookstore called The Weakest Link. Some people read that. I did a lot of that. For 15 years of my career, I spent a lot of my time doing fundamental research. Switched from there, in between, to a little bit more of what I like to think of as being a technologist in the public interest, okay? What I basically did was I wrote in the media to draw attention to problems in security and to solutions. Wrote in CNN, wrote in Washington Post, wrote tons of it, starting 2014. I still do it. I just wrote something about CrowdStrike on dark reading last week. A lot of advocacy, right? A lot of problematizing, providing solutions. I was very early on. In 2014, I talked about how we have to orient towards securing the nation, right? Very often when we think of cybersecurity, I speak at Black Hat, I've spoken at DEF CON, our focus in all of this tends to be on the organization. Seldom do we think about it as the family or the societal problems that are happening at the parent level, right? And cybersecurity, if you think about it almost a decade later from my original pieces, is a bigger problem, and it's not just an organizational problem. If you have kids, and I do, that brings me to the third part of what I did, right? And that is, I have kids. Those aren't my kids, okay? That's a stock picture. That's not my wife. It's live streamed. I can't put up pictures. But what that got me to realizing, I have two kids. I have a son and a daughter. One's Gen Alpha. She's 15. He's 8, and my daughter is 15, so she's Gen Z. And that's when I eventually realized there was nothing to guide parents when it comes to how you secure stuff around your kids. How do you introduce technology to them? When do you introduce technology to them? So I founded a company called the Cyber Hygiene Academy, meant to basically advocate cybersecurity training for children and for parents, basically coming up with best practices, because there really isn't much out there. It's surprising how confusing the landscape is when the stakes are really high. This brings us to some of the stakes, right? When it comes to Gen Z and Gen Alpha right now, they're using technology more than millennials did, more than Gen Xers did, more than every generation before that. They're using technology for education, they're using it for training, they're using it for entertainment. But there's something very interesting that's going on, right, with these groups, and that is there is a convergence of technology and an increase in agency that's happening. What do I mean by that? What I mean is the so-called boundaries of platforms have all converged. What used to be social media, an entity in and of itself, is very hard to discern from YouTube when it's streaming content. So there's a lot of this convergence that we're starting to see across platforms, right? YouTube is almost no different than with ads today. If you look at YouTube, it's no different than a network, a television network. But then it's also a social media, and it's also entertainment, and it's also gaming. It's everything. It's music. They're throwing everything into this. And the agency that these kids have, today's kids have, these generations especially, are higher than the previous generation. And part of it is thin infrastructure, right? We have wireless technologies. We have battery-operated phones, things that my generation didn't have as much. We still had computers that were wireline. We had networks that were dial-ups that we needed. These kids are growing up with it. So the amount of agency that they're used to is way higher, and we see some of the downsides of it. The stakes have gotten higher. For the first time, millennials have been reporting more data breaches than older generations. This was this year. The second interesting trend, which is kind of really bizarre, there is more personal information, like compromising, if you want to call it, for my generation, on devices that millennials have. Which means a data breach becomes sextortion very quickly, because there is that much image in there that you can use. Because it's become routine in many ways to have data that might be compromising in some way and not even think about it. And this particular orientation is something parents are having a hard time dealing with. So what parents are doing, though, is, we have data now, and we got this data just to give you an idea of where we're getting all this data from. For one, there isn't a lot of good data on parents and on children. The best data we have found comes from studies by NIST, by NICE, National Institute of Cybersecurity Education. They're using samples of 20 parents, dyads of 20 parents and 20 children. That's the extent of the data that they have. Good data, nevertheless, but very limited. So part of what we did is, we did a 1,000 adult study. So we did 1,000 parents across the nation. We did 2 different surveys. One we used Prolific. The other we did, we also did about 100 one-on-one interviews with parents. We talked to school counselors. We talked to psychologists. We talked to teachers. We talked to school districts. It's an ongoing process that we've been doing to try to understand what is going on with this access that parents are giving, or how do they orient it. And one thing that became very clear is that parents make a distinction between computing technology like a computer and a smartphone, right? And it makes sense, right? And why does it make sense? Because a smartphone basically gives the child more agency. They're by themselves, they can use it, they can move around. It reduces the amount of control the parent has, and it increases cybersecurity risk. All right? So in the surveys that we did, when we asked parents about, what do they think is a greater risk, it's no surprise that almost 40% felt the smartphone was kind of like that primary risk compared to a computer. Okay? And this has an implication as we go forward, right? This is the generation that's growing up with this technology. That's basically what it does is it influences when that parent gives the child a phone. So are there any parents in this room? Everybody, oh my gosh. What is the right age to give your child a smartphone? Why don't we ask the child in the room? What's the right age? What is the right age to get you a smartphone, like an iPhone? 12, 13. What do you think, parents? Anybody? Higher? 16. What else? That's okay. We got time.
It depends on the child, what they're going to use it for, what kind of monitoring you have in place on the phone. I mean, there's so many factors at play. My kids got their phones at very different ages.
What did the oldest kid get the phone? What age?
I don't recall, but my oldest child has hearing loss and has hearing aids that can only be controlled from mobile devices that have the correct app stores.
Mm-hmm.
So the oldest got a smartphone at a younger age than the younger one because it gave her agency over her assistive technology, which is
important. I'm going to come back to that. That's a great point. Yes. What age do you think is the right age?
I would say
same thing?
Depends on the kid.
Depends on the kid, okay. Right. So when we ask parents this very question, a lot of people resonated exactly what you're saying here, right? Which is the older the better. The median age is usually, they want them to be at least a freshman. Okay, or higher. 20% of the population said, 20% of the sample of respondents said never. College. They don't think they're ready. So this is a question that's really important, right? It gives you a glimpse of how parents think. But then there's another question we asked, which is the question I asked you, which is, when did you give your child a phone? And it's at 4th grade. and at 5th grade. So notice that disconnect that's there between what a parent really wants to do and what most of them end up doing. So why do they end up doing this? This is a question we try to answer, right? And the answers for this, one of it is peer pressure, right? The child wants the phone because all their friends do, and that track phone, the gab phone, the restricted devices that the parent gives them no longer makes them connect with others. But the second thing that's happening is children become more active at middle school. After school activities, sporting events, group activity, and the teachers, very importantly, in our system, stop communicating with the parents directly and start communicating with the child or online and expect you to go look at your scores. So almost that phone becomes a necessary device for the child. And so by 5th grade and by 6th grade, when you look at national statistics right now, by 8th grade, 7th and 8th grade, 86% of all kids have an iPhone or an Android phone, have a smartphone with them. By high school, it's 98% in the country right now. That's the beginning of high school, the freshman year. Okay? So when parents don't have much in terms of choice, when they have to capitulate and lose that control that they have, the next thing they do is they become protective, right? So they start saying, let's lock down this device, or let's figure out a way to control usage. Okay? And this is something that we wanted to explore further and said, okay, what is this control? Because we're trying to get to this understanding of how are parents protecting kids, what are they doing, and what's that right thing to do? Is there a best practice that we can talk about, and how do we involve ourselves? Parents don't allow children to use new apps, 80% of them. Most believe that limiting exposure, screen time, anything that they can do, protects the child from cyber threats. What's really interesting here, which is something we never thought would happen, we would see, is there is a socioeconomic divide that happens here. More educated, higher income parents, more educated, many of us in this room, tend to be more protective than parents who are lower income, lower SES. It makes sense, right? Why? They're more aware. Correct? I mean, it makes sense. They know, they hear, they read, they see what's going on. They're more cued on to, what's happening in the media, the stories that you read. And this particular issue bleeds into a lot of other things. So one of the things we asked parents is, what's your perception of your knowledge? How well do you understand cybersecurity? How would you rate your cybersecurity, your ability to respond to attacks, right? This is a question that's very critical. It's an efficacy question. We're trying to understand, what does a parent think of their abilities? Parents rate their abilities very high, okay? And this particular question comes back in a couple of different ways. How do you rate your ability to educate your child? Again, very high. And here again, we see a socioeconomic divide. We see parents who are educated, parents who have higher income, who are way higher when it comes to this particular perception, right? Makes sense. Parents who are more cued on, they're more educated. They think they know. But then do they really know? Is the question you got to ask, right? You're helping your child. Do you know what you're helping them do? How well do we understand security? This is an issue that if you read my book, we have been dealing with this for a long time. We have a measurement called the Cyber Risk Index. The Cyber Risk Belief Measure. This is a measure. It's got about 8 questions. It's available online, the questions. You can go to my website. It's there on it. We measure actual knowledge. And when we measured so there are questions. This is a true or false question. So a simple question would be, what's more secure, SMS or WhatsApp? Right? It's a question everybody should know the answer to. What is more secure, SMS or WhatsApp? What is the answer? Anyone? WhatsApp, right? Why? It's encrypted, right? Another question, right? What does SSL indicate? Does it mean a website is authentic? No, right? Most parents think it is. Nobody aced the test. 1,000 people took this. Nobody got 100. The mode was 17. 17% was the average, the midpoint, around 30% was the average. 67 being the highest. And there was no socioeconomic difference. So, I'm sorry, that knowledge across the board is very low, but the perception of knowledge is very high in one group. And so one of the things we see here is what we call as a classic Dunning-Kruger effect, right? For those of you who know what this is, it's overconfidence or overrepresentation of self-knowledge, right? And when you have an overrepresentation of self-knowledge, you're overprotective because you think you know what you're doing, right? So people with high self-knowledge, which tends to be high SES parents, are more protective and overprotective than the parents who are low SES, who have a lower self-concept in general. And this perception is not driven by actual knowledge, it's driven by perceived knowledge. Okay? And this is really important. We can unpack this for hours, but the point of this is smart parents are not that smart when it comes to cybersecurity, but they think they are. And that drives a level of protection, almost overprotection. So what do they know? Where is this information coming from? Right? Most of us are missing it. So when we looked to see the drivers of protectiveness, where are these parents getting? So I don't know if you guys have read this book by Jonathan Haidt called The Anxious Generation. It's a new book that just came out. New York Times did a very raving review of this. And the entire book's premise is that children should not have technology with them. And some of the reasons are things like cyberbullying and predation. Because it exposes them to cyberbullying, it exposes them to predation. Now, we've looked at research going back to even 2014 all the way to now. Sonia Livingston's work is a prime example of that. The incidence of cyberbullying is actually very low. However, the perception that it is very rampant is very high. And it's awful when it happens, there's no question about it. But the overall representation is actually way lower than it looks. The same goes for predation. It's rarer than it looks. And predation, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, happens more when parents overprotect their kids and don't give them devices. Because the child sneaks behind their back and starts using a phone. It's unsupervised. So it's almost having the opposite effect. So the cases when we talk to counselors, they're always talking about girls in this particular case being overprotected, using devices with their friends, and then becoming victims of something going down that road, right? So this is something we see quite often. Other things that seem to be happening is ideas like digital dementia. That, Anxious Generation is the name of that book. There have been large-scale studies of 350,000 students, and there's no evidence of digital dementia. In fact, we see the opposite. And we'll talk about the positive effects of technology, which nobody seems to be talking about, right? Other things, children being more sedentary. Sure, there are some children who become more sedentary if you're playing your PlayStation all day, but your smartphone can be a conduit for activity too. And the results of research that we have seen is pretty mixed. It's very low effect sizes. Fourth thing parents said, children become antisocial. There's absolutely no evidence for it. Fifth thing parents said, damage to brains, damage to the mind. I don't know if I grew up when I was doing my dissertation, we were still looking at research on television effects. And if you looked at original 80s and 90s television stories, they said the same thing. They were just parents like me at that time. So I guess every parent goes through this evolution thinking it's going to damage their child's brain, and it's not. It's not rewiring anybody. But that seems to be the governing principle. And so what we're looking at is balancing the positive, right? Creativity, innovation, problem solving. I'll give you a very simple example. I talked to a child, a school counselor, who's telling me how this young kid who's 9 years old collects Pokemon cards. And the cards are written, many of those, I don't know if you know enough about Pokemon, I know just enough. Apparently the Japanese cards have a lot of value. And he uses his phone to translate it. I wouldn't have thought of that. It's just creative problem solving. One of our advisors in Cyber Hygiene Academy, she's a 21-year-old girl whose parents allowed her to learn coding, very permissive parenting. She has a business that sells digital art on social media, something she was using since she was like 14. So None of that effect is ever considered when everything is framed on the negative. Second thing, cognitive development, right? TV improves, Sesame Street. Today, my son, when I was teaching him, believe it or not, mathematical multiplication tables, I put him in front of YouTube because I was like, I can't do this. Watch this repeatedly. It works. It worked. We never talk about it because a lot of the framing is again negative. Social skills. A lot of dating happens online. With school counsel, with psychologists, some of the evidence that we're seeing, again, anecdotal data, boys who are not socialized on technology have a harder time. They're more maladaptive. They have adjustment issues when they go to college. They have dating issues when they go to college. And not having a device early on, whatever that early on phase is, restricts all of that. Stress reduction, anxiety reduction, health requirements, right? If you have a learning disability, if you have a hearing requirement, if you have health issues, health monitoring, all of these things, from physical activity, mapping your run, working out, happens on devices. So one of the things that we're talking about is that this idea of banning phones, which is what Jonathan Haidt talks about, doesn't make any sense. If anything, there's no research that suggests you should do it. And if anything, doing it has a counterproductive effect on the development of the child. And yet, if you go online, this is what people are talking about. There are long-form pieces advocating this principle. And I don't know if you recently followed, I think the Vivek Murthy, the guy who's the Surgeon General of the United States, asked to put warning labels on social media. For one, warning labels on social media are going to make people more maladaptive in their use. And unlike cigarettes, which has a clear negative impact, there are positive impacts to social media, and a warning label takes the agency away from the parent and throws it on back to the social media company. Okay? And so we think that the solution to this is building a healthier relationship, right? Which is cyber hygiene development. This is something I wrote about, advocated, starting in 2014. And to date, the only state in the entire United States that's got any level of mandated cybersecurity education on children, where they introduce technology and security to them at a young age, is North Dakota. And next year, apparently in North Dakota now, they want it such that every child who graduates has to have taken at least one cybersecurity class. I don't know if you know this, but up until 1960, if you graduated from Harvard, you needed to know how to swim. Swimming was a requirement. I don't know if anybody knew that. And it stopped after the ADA came out back in the 1970s and 80s. But this is cybersecurity today. It's an essential skill. It's a requirement. It's something we all live with and that these kids are going to all live in. And so when we talk about permissive parenting, parents need evidence-based education, right? Parents don't have any evidence. Me as a parent, I'm still looking for evidence to say what's the best thing to do. And the easy thing to do is to stop and pull back on the technology. The easy thing to do is to frame it on the negative and scare them out of it. And then they go around our back and start using technology. Okay? So that's all I got. Questions?
Anybody has questions?
Lisa.
If you raise your hand, I'll bring you the mic. And okay.
Thanks, Arun. I'm a big fan. What do you think, CCSD, the fifth largest district, I know you've done some research and some writing about them, so I'm sure you know they're going back to school next week and they will have all of their cell phones in RFID pouches.
Right.
These are not locking and the students will have them on their person, but I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, and as parents who may be in this community or one that does that, what do we do?
I know, and just to frame that in a bigger way, Florida has banned smartphones in schools. New York has, the New York Senate has a bill right now, the governor's got a bill where she wants to do the exact same thing. Kids need phones. Some kids need them. Other kids should have them. And the reason for it is today the phone is the parent connects with the child purely on the phone. If you have a school shooting, rarely enough when it does happen though, that's the only conduit for calling them. Putting phones in RFID and putting them away basically takes away any connection that the parent has with the child. Right? So I think the entire thing, we're taking the easy way out. And the easy way is to just ban everything. And if you ban it, if you've seen what prohibition does, everything just goes underground. It's worse. It's going to make this situation worse because we need to embrace the technology as against trying to restrict parents from using it or children from using it. And parents then say, well, you can't use a phone anyway, so let's not give them a phone. Yeah.
I don't know if the debate is over restricting tech to kids. I think it's more about what's the right age to give technology to kids. And when you talk about schools and banning it in schools, have you seen evidence one way or another of test scores going up in schools when they ban it? And I guess if you could,
that's a great question. Yeah.
If you could tease out maybe more reasons why you think kids need phones in schools.
Right. To date, this
doesn't-
banning
yeah.
is a new phenomenon that's happening, right? There is nothing to say that it's more intrusive yet. So the school districts I have spoken to, nobody is finding it incredibly intrusive. They just don't want the kid to be in the classroom using the phone. They want it to be put away. That's about what the teachers are asking for. But the school districts are making this decision saying, well, we can't just do it for some kids and allow others. We're just going to ban the whole thing. To the other question, which is what's the right age? The right age is actually middle school. Okay, all the data points to middle school as being the right age. And the reason middle school is the right age, it's when they're also starting to break out into multiple social networks. And one of the fears that all of us, myself including as a parent, has is a lot of the middle school kids, if you don't train them into using the phone smartly, wisely, they start creating social media accounts because they go behind your back and start making them. And those social media accounts are on the phones of friends of theirs. It's the worst case scenario. So giving them phones and not having them learning from the blind is the best way to do it. And so middle school is the appropriate age. And if you notice, the data tends towards that. That's basically when most parents do it. What's missing though, and the big gap there, is there's no fundamental education of any form yet at the school level that's approaching it. The other issue with banning phones, and this is a critical issue that nobody thinks about, the schools don't want to deal with phones. They hand your child a Chromebook and they say, well, that's my responsibility. That phone is your responsibility. So by banning it, it's now the parent's problem. So all they're doing is they're locking down that Chromebook and they're teaching them everything on the Chromebook. There's really nothing on that phone. That's you as a parent, and as you can tell, most parents don't know how to deal with it. They don't have the knowledge to be able to effectively teach safe use. This is where the schools have to step in. And this is what we're pushing for, which is don't ban the phone, instead be more permissive and train them how to use it. Because they're going to spend their life using it. There's no way you're not. Yes.
I'm curious on your thoughts on the idea of restricting screen time. So if you give a child in middle school access to a phone, are they using it as much as like a graduate or something like that?
Right.
Or is there an idea of like structuring the time in a particular way, or what's your opinion on that?
Again, this is based on the data we have, right? This is coming from school counselors and psychologists. Screen time is something a parent needs to negotiate with a child. It's an important part of that cyber hygiene training. You know what I mean? As against having a parent mandate and dictate it based on their perceptions of screen time, having a defined best practice for a parent to follow makes it easy. Right now, when we talk to parents, everybody has a different idea of how much screen time is permissible. Some say, well, 4 hours. Well, what's screen time if you're learning multiplication tables on YouTube, on your phone? Is 1 hour enough, right? And so that negotiation becomes very tricky because we have no best practice out there to give to parents. And this is one of those areas where by banning it and putting our hands up and saying it's not our problem, we just punted that problem to a parent and everybody's trying to figure it out themselves. So part of what we're trying to push for is this understanding that cybersecurity is not just an organizational problem. Parents are dealing with it too. And our job is to not just educate employees so they secure the organization's perimeter better, but it's to help the parent because that's that next generation of your employee coming in there. Don't forget, most of the kids right now have already been subject to some data breach. All my kids have been subject to multiple data breaches. The difference is they're clueless about it. So they're walking out into college with all their data compromised, whether they like it or not, and with no training, with no education, with nothing protecting them or preparing them. We just punted that to an organization and say, well, go take care of it. And we know how well security awareness education works. So I think fixing this, and I've been talking about this since 2014, fixing this at the societal level is more important. It's kind of like a primary duty that we have because technology is not going away. It's just getting bigger. Any other thoughts? Any other questions? Yes, Lisa.
So switching out of our parents' hat and putting our cybersecurity professionals' hat back on, just back to the school thing, it's curious to me, cyberbullying is a massive issue, and there's, it's against the rules, and in some cases it's against the law, but there's nobody to enforce it. There's nobody to investigate it. So it's just not happening, and it's occurred to me that by locking the phone devices, that puts the cyberbullying back on the people and the parents and away from the school.
That's right.
Is that?
Yes,
that's probably part of it.
And the incidence of cyberbullying, there are gender breakouts. There's a lot of data that we have that we can talk about, but it just basically pushes it on to the parent, and the school says, well, it's not our problem, it's not our device. So it's back to you as a parent. And the same thing happens with, sextortion issues. Remember, there's a thin line between sexually explicit image sharing and sextortion. Kids who are sharing sexually explicit images on a phone, they need to know what the best practice, what they need to do to stop that from happening, because you go to your teacher, she's a mandated reporter. You're going to start a chain reaction that the parent is now going to have to come to deal with because it was on their device. Parents who I've talked to who have faced this have gone through hell. And there's nothing out there in data terms that tells us anything about how they're dealing with it. So when you start talking to parents, they're actually kind of untangling what they're going through with cyberbullying, with sextortion, with just being, and boys with sexually explicit image sharing, which they think is very funny because 4 kids are starting to share images. There are consequences to it. And there's nobody teaching people what to do at any educational system. Private schools are not doing it. Public schools don't have the resources to do it. Okay? And so what we're trying to advocate for is very important. And when you start speaking to parents, you see everybody says, well, it's not my child, it's not my child. It's like the Mike Tyson rule, right? Everybody says it's someone else's kid till you get punched in your face. Then you realize how crazy it can get. Any other thoughts? All right, take it away. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for coming. It's the last talk of B-Sides, so thank you for coming. Lisa, thank you for coming.